Hello. Hello, cutie patooties. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, sweet beans. How are all of the lovely beans doing today? Happy Monday. Happy Meow Day. How are all of the lovely beans? Hope you've been having a good day so far, a good start of your week. Hope you've been taking care of yourself. I hope you've been handling the heat if you're still in the heat wave like me. It is warm today. It is very, very warm. And my water bottle is broken. So I'm sad. Help. Anyway, hi. Necro, congratulations. I realized, oh my god, my thing was way too loud. There we go. Necro, congratulations on your first. Hello. Hi, Feather. Thank you for the alert. I did see your message. I have not read it yet because if I click on it now, I'll probably forget about the message and then not respond on time. So I have not clicked on it yet so that the little red notification circle is still there to remind me to click on it later. But I did see that you sent a message and I will respond in time. Sogar, hi. I've never been here in time for this. Love the time lapse, but oh, thank you. I need to update it because I think it's only like the first like 2 or 3 weeks of the Meownicipality. So there's a lot more than I think it was like just until the start of like the spring blossom. So there's like probably like 3-4 weeks of backlog that I need to add to the time lapse here again. You can get the full thing. But yeah, I thought it would be a fun little thingy to show. I still want to make like a proper time lapse video of it all. I'll probably do that once we've hit 100 days, because I think that gives enough to like large scale. Yeah. Anyway, hi Red. Congrats on second. Now 46% is not the worst. Took it with the 92 though. Look at you go, look at you go. And Necro with the 83, also pretty good. How you beans? I've been spending my morning transferring all of my settlement storage into the new storehouse. Oh, I'm glad. Are you enjoying the storehouse frees up so much space. Especially in like a smaller settlement, the storehouse is such a good like thing to have. When you can make the there's even improved versions of the shelving that you can put inside. So like the eventual like storage capacity of a storehouse is huge. Absolutely huge. Yeah. The time lapse really shows how dense the forest was around you guys there at the start. I thought it was flat so much. Oh yeah. No, yeah. The land, like the terrain itself was pretty much flat. There was very little terraforming to do, but there was, it was just full on like calm forest, just like the rest. Like, if you go into like the outer forest just outside of the Meownicipality, that is what it used to look like in the area where we were. That's why I'm so glad that I started taking pictures right at the start this time, because now we get to see like that evolution and how everything's kind of slowly started coming together. It's very fun. I'm very happy about it. I like it. And the forest through the trees, and then the city that has like come out on top of it. Very nice. Were you streaming at the beginning as well? I was. Yeah. We were streaming back at the start, but also a lot of parts of like the town being built up happened off stream, which was part of why I wanted to take pictures every day as well, to make sure like that we could still have a documentation of it growing. It actually like specifically for that reason. Hi, Ping. Hello, Ping. Because like this is like, because only at the start of early access too, which was what now 3 months ago. I think we've been going for about 3-ish months, almost. Something like that. Let me see. When was early access to? Yeah, 26th of February was when early access 2 went live. So yeah, we've almost, actually, as of tomorrow, we'll have had 3 months of early access too. And I think we settled down the claim a few days after that. Let me check when the first day was. This is also the bright side. Yeah, 2 days. There we go. The 28th of February was day 1 of the claim. So 2 days after early access 2 went live is when we settled down. And you just see like the claim in the middle of a forest and there's nothing there. Ensiga, hello. It's Mimiosa from Blades Arsenal. Oh, welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? Hello, fellow R14er. Hi, hi. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Alright, I'm gonna get the game up. So, today's not normally a Bitcraft stream day. There was supposed to be another game today. But I forgot to install the game. So, instead we're doing a bonus Bitcraft stream. For reasons that we will not dwell upon, okay? We're not gonna dwell on that, alright? We're just gonna accept the bonus of the extra Bitcraft stream today, and we're gonna be happy about it, and no one's gonna sit here and judge me, okay? For being a gremlin who forgot to prepare. However, what I did do, I may not have prepared the game for today, but I did revamp the Bitcraft section in the Discord, and that's now live, finally. I've been talking about it for forever and a half, but it's now officially a thing. Speaking of, if you're not in the Discord, there you go. But now, instead of being just a single chat channel in the Discord, there's a whole chat section of it. We have the Bitcraft Burrow now. So we got a whole selection of thingies. Also, hi Yurun! Thank you for the Prime sub, lovely. 10 months of wasting my Prime sub on the Ooh Catboy. Exactly. I can't believe you would waste 10 months of your Prime sub on this Ooh Catboy. I appreciate you, Bean. What the heck? Thank you so much. That's so sweet. What the heck is? What the heck is? We're cooked. We're so cooked. Bro, it is so warm today. It's even warmer than normal. My room, oh my god, with my air conditioner on right now, okay? With my air conditioner on, it is 29 degrees Celsius. My air conditioner cools my room by about 5 degrees Celsius, meaning that without my air conditioner, it would be like 34 Celsius. And I'm not okay. This is not okay. This is unacceptable. I don't like this. This is unacceptable, actually. It's like, it's May. It's gonna be May. How is it so warm already? Oh wow, you were there when the continent was still pretty much... Basically, yeah, we were one of the... I mean, so the thing is, right, with Early Access 2 in particular, what you have to keep in mind is when Bitcraft had its wipe going from Early Access 1 to Early Access 2, they wiped the world, but they gave you the option to carry over your character progress. So all the levels and experience that you had at the end of Early Access 1, you had the option to bring over and just start with those levels already in Early Access 2, which is what all of us did. Most people did not wipe their character data. You had the option to wipe your character data if you wanted to, but most people did not. So unlike what we'll see when the game goes into live release, which will be everyone will be starting off at level 0, everyone's actually going to have to like build up their levels and get themselves put together before they'd be able to settle down. Here, it was kind of just a mad dash to grab your resources, get your claim totem, and then lock it down. So there was already, like, day 1, some of the first settlements were already placed. Like Moonlight Harbor. A great example. Moonlight Harbor, I'm pretty sure, was there day 1. Before, like, the server was not even live for 24 hours, and Moonlight Harbor had already settled. We were there, so we got there about day 2. We tried to settle down as fast as possible because we wanted to make sure we could still get a nice area that we really liked. We ended up choosing an area that I don't think was particularly competitive, but I do think we got a really nice area. I think if we had waited a few more days, someone else probably would have snatched our pretty little peninsula from us, so I'm glad that we kind of rushed it to get it set down, and then we went back to the starter town, built ourselves up a little bit more, and then properly moved out here. So we didn't actually like live here from day 1, but we did have the claim settled down day 1 to make sure no one could steal it from us. But yeah, we were in the Wild West days of R14. Judging hard, judges. Hey, listen. I related that so much, I didn't want to, or I forgot about it, so I'll do what I want. Steve Bitcraft. Exactly! Listen. Bitcraft is just such a perfect game for just chilling and yapping. It's also really warm, and I thought about trying to like rush install the game that I had planned for today, but the it is like 60 something gigabytes. It's so the game we had planned, this was the second to last of the sponsored list of games that I had for this month. The game that I had planned was Conan Exiles, but I forgot to install it today. So I'm going to install it tonight, and then we'll do that tomorrow. So we will still get to check it out. And I'm sure it'll be very fun, because that's the reason why I picked it up in the first place. Picked up the sponsored stream for it in the first place was because it looked like a really fun game. But we'll get there. We still have plenty of time. I got 20 days left on the agreement to do a stream about it, so there's no rush. I wanted to have it done today, but it's okay. Now we just get more Bitcraft instead. I might also end up pushing it then to next week instead, and then just take a nice 3 days of it. We'll see how we go. But yeah. Sure, only a couple of days left for the heatwave. I hope so, because it's so warm. Summertime's no fun. Like, here's the thing. I don't dislike the heat. I generally like summertime. The thing I don't like about summertime, specifically in the Netherlands, is the humidity. Because this country is a swamp, right? It is so humid that you can't like sweat properly to like, you know, clear the heat from your body, because the sweat can't evaporate. So you just kind of end up with that kind of stickiness, and that's the part I dislike. I don't like the sticky, sweaty state. That's the where I get the ick from summertime. But like the heat itself, I'm fine with. And if I can be outside all day with a tank top or whatever, I'm good. You know, I'm fine. It's just when I yeah, that's basically it. It's just now, like, when I'm streaming and I'm in my room, in the attic, that's just really good at collecting heat together. We sweat and cry and die. Yeah, there should hopefully only be a few more days left. Normally I hop into stream and when I'm out of work, but hi, Gable. Thank you for dropping in, lovely. I appreciate you. And thank you for getting congrats on your first third. Hey, you were the first person to snatch third today, so therefore you are third. Don't worry about it. That's how it works. Okay? Canonically, you are now third. I agree with Sokar. Summer is the worst season. I don't know if I hate summer. Like, I think for me, I dislike winter more than I dislike summer. But again, that's a regional thing. Like, I dislike winters here in the Netherlands because it's just cold and wet. I think if we had, like, if it was, like, proper winter with, like, snow and everything, I would enjoy it more. But because it's just cold and wet, not a fan. My favorites, though, are definitely autumn and spring. I think first, my favorite is autumn, my second favorite is spring. Then summer, then winter. That's my official Emperor's rankings of the seasons. Okay, let's hop into the actual game. Since I've already got it booted up. And then we can continue our yappage, but... Bloop. There we go. Maybe one day I'll get one of them fancy transitions that like Sokar and all the other cool VTubers have, you know? Butterfly Effect strikes again. If you didn't have the claim, where would Jackal's Rest be? Would I still be playing Bitcraft? Could you imagine? Everything could be different. Hi, Plus. Wee wee wee. Hello, Bean. How is Plus today? I know what you mean. Summers can be humid here too, with all the moisture from the Gulf. Probably not as humid as a swamp country, though. No, honestly, no idea. I know, like, so, like, here... I can check what our, like, humidity is today. Because humidity is just basically how saturated is your, like, air with water, right? So, it's a very easy thing to, like, calculate. Our humidity is actually on the lower side today, which is the crazy part. It's only 41%. It's only 41% today. Or like right now, I should say. It is though, like during the night, it was up to like almost 90%. And then it did dry out a bit, and it is going back up though. Tomorrow, no! You're kidding. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, we're good. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So by the time the humidity starts to really go back up, the heat wave will be over. Thank goodness, because Wednesday is like 80 to 90% humidity, but the temperature is dropping back down to like 20, sub 20. Thank God. I was gonna cry. I was about to cry. Warm, yeah, I get you. Also, chat, look what I got. Look what I got. Look at it. Look at my pretty cube. I got super heckin' lucky with one of the drop cubes. One of the cubes from the drops that I got. Look at it. It's the It's the Hexite cube. Look. It's the Hexite cube. It's so pretty, and it's like green and purpley blue. It's my colors too. It's like destiny. It was preordained. It's glorious. Yeah, so for those who didn't know, the way the star fragments work, there's actually 11 types for each shape. So you've got one for each of the ore tiers, right? So tier 1 all the way to tier 10. And then there's the 11th type, which is the Hexite type, which is rarer than all the others. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I haven't seen a lot of people running around with Hexite fragments yet, so I feel special. Also, oh my goodness. Star's been hard at we've been hard at work with the upgrade. Most of the claim is actually, I think all of the primary stations are now tier 5. I believe. I don't think we're missing any tier 5 stations at this point. And now, so what we're working on now is getting all of the passive stations. So like right now, all the smelters here, I think Star's almost got all of them. Yeah, we're missing one more smelter. But I believe that's what Star's currently working on. So all the stations are getting rocked up. We need to prepare for removing. Yeah, so we've already removed a lot of the old crafting stations. that were here, and we've started moving some of the other passive stations here because the old crafting stations were empty. Thankfully, Star went ahead and double-checked them with Bitjita, because Bitjita can let you see even the ones that are still in progress, like that are completed but still in the station. So she went to check there, saw that they were empty, and then deconstructed them. Every station that is left now out here either cannot be checked or does still have something left inside. So, I'm going to be putting an announcement in the Discord, in the Bitcraft part of the Discord today after stream, which will be for everybody that still needs to do so. You have about a week to clear out and complete anything that you've still got stuck in any of these stations here. Because after a week, all of these are getting deconstructed. Everything that's back here. And these ones over here, they don't fit right now. I need to find a nice spot to kind of tuck them away, but we'll figure that out. So yeah, keep in mind, if you do have any passive crafts active in the Meownicipality, you have a week to clear them out from these old stations. Spring and autumn are the best seasons. I prefer winter over summer since I can't really stand the heat. I'd rather sit around in thick clothes and cuddle up than just sweat. That's fair. See, I don't mind my problem with winter isn't the cold. My problem with winter is just like, it's specifically just how wet and cold it is. Again, because like swamp country. I think if I didn't live in a swamp, I think I wouldn't have as much issue with it. But yeah. I think my transition's fancy. I want something fancier someday, like an animation, me winking and smugly grabbing the viewer to the next scene. That would be very cute. That would be very cute. Yeah, I'd want to eventually get like stuff like that as well. Right now, all of the Twitch money for last month, this month, and next month are all going together for the next batch of emotes. Because I want the emotes done first, since that's something people actually, pay for. Once all our emote slots are filled in, that's when I want to like look into getting like custom stuff for like... Oh. Why did you get stuck? That was weird. That's when I want to work into getting like some custom stuff, like like a animation for scene transitions or custom like scene layouts. But that's long down the line from now. But yeah. So today we're kind of gonna just carry on with what we were doing last time, which is to say we're gonna go chop more trees. And maybe partway through we'll, oh wait. I need to deposit these over here. I want to go get more blossoms. I want to make sure that we're as highly stocked on them as possible. And carvings. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, good. Every time I middle mouse button, I'm seeing my mouse in the top left corner of the screen now. I use middle mouse button for my camera pan when I'm running around with Lost. WASD. But yeah, we're gonna do just another chill day, gathering a bunch of trees. I wanna stock up on as many blossoms as possible, and then maybe we'll do And then maybe we'll do a little bit of like other decorating and such. I want to prep this area up for the bank as well. I want the bank to go over there. And then maybe we can even start working on the housing district. Probably not today. We probably won't start working on the housing district today. Really stocky. Actually, I don't need tier 5. Oh, they're just tier 2. Okay. I want to have with me on that stage. Got there. There. Put the gathering clothes. I'll take the healing buff, honestly, just in case we get any Angie bears along the way. And then let's teleport out. Meow. Then we need to resource and get the blossom tree. Get our goat out. Wait, am I not? Did I? Oh, wait, I was already tracking the blossom, didn't I? I just untracked it. Like an idiot. There we go. Okay. Now we're good to go. By numbers, by numbers. I love the broken animations in this game. I was using a cart and deconstructing chest by me. My character was just nodding and tweaking to the hammer sounds. Yup. There's a lot of broken animations like that, but the devs are like explicitly not like fixing them because people love them so much. A lot of like broken animations like that are just so beloved by the community that the devs are like, yeah, we can leave those in. For real? Yeah. 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 Like the one when if you're packing your cart while you're like while you're carrying it, and then your character's like lower legs twist 180 degrees, but the torso still faces forward, and you become this weird like chimeric monstrosity looking thing. They've known about that since like early access 1. They've been able to fix it since like a week after the bug was there or something. Like they've been able to fix it for a very long time. But they didn't fix it because at first players were like, no, leave it in, we love it. And so they leave it in. Like maybe when the game actually goes to like a final release state, they might go around like fixing those kinds of animation bugs just to make it more presentable to new players and stuff like that. But at least for now, they're leaving them in because people love it. I really hope so. You're in the minority then. It's the vocal like the loudest portion of players is saying that they don't want these like animation bugs fixed. And honestly, I get it. I think they're really fun. Same with like when you're building on your goat and you stand on top of your goat while building. That's there because people want it to still be there. People don't want that to get fixed. They could make it. They could fix it. But they're not doing it because people don't want it fixed. Or at least they're not prioritizing it. I believe the vocal players are also a minority. It might be, but if no one ever asks for it to get fixed, why would you fix it, right? If no one ever asks for it to get fixed and the only people that are talking about it talk about how they love it, there's no reason to want to change it. Right? Back on the goat. I think one of the things that like a lot of people don't realize about like an early access game, right, or a game that's in development, is that your feedback does actually have meaning and impact, but you actually need to give it, right? Like, if no one's gonna tell them that they want it to be fixed, they're not gonna fix it. If the only voices they hear are the minority, as you're implying, that don't want it fixed, yeah. Something I would like fix is being able to see grass in my skiff when I'm in coastal water. Oh, where it like clips through the ground. Yeah, that I believe is primarily like a clipping thing. It's basically, I don't know if that's as easy for them to fix, because it's got to do with how deep your clipper is. Or sorry, not clipper, your skiff is. Well, I mean, it's the same with the clipper. But like, it's how deep your boat is compared to the ground that it's under or over. And so they're clipping through each other because the ground is very shallow, but because it's technically water, you can still sail over it. That's like a tough one to actually fix, because I think for the most part, the main thing that they... I don't know actually how they would make it to not do that, because then either you'd have to make like the ground disappear under the boat, or the boat would have to like be moved higher up against the water or something. I am not a creator of games, so I don't know what kind of tips and tricks you can use to fix things like that. I am not knowledgeable enough on the topic. Boop. Okay, so here's our next one. Next one's over here. All depends on how... Well, the thing is, right, when it comes to Bitcraft, you should know everything for my benefit. Right, I'm sorry, my bad. The thing is, when it comes to Bitcraft, is you kind of have to also remember that the game is flat, right? The verticality in the game is kind of an illusion. It's why, like, it's why, like, they've said there's no, like, plans for making things like flight, right? Like flying mounts and stuff like that. Because they don't have a Z-axis for, like, how the game actually exists. Essentially, for, like, how the game does everything from, like, its programming perspective is like this. Everything's flat on a top-down space. That's why you can't have, like, two things differing in height on, like, the same space. It's why you also don't have, like, caves and stuff like that. That's why, yeah, that's why you can't jump. Yeah. Because, like, what the game knows is you've just got this hex, you've got this hex next to it, you've got this hex next to it. And then it knows there's a value of basically quote-unquote height difference between the two, which is why it then gives you, like, your requirement to, like, climb up the side of the cliff or, like, jump over it. But it's not actually, like... it's not actually programmed in with a Z axis here. So you can't have two items on the same, you can't have two tiles on the same location with differing like Z values. Next. I wish I could jump off the hills. It can be frustrating sometimes. Like, oh my god, trying to get around. Height differences? Yeah. But that's like an intentional part of the game's design as well. It's like those height differences are there for you to then terraform and like quote unquote bend to your will, right? If there's an area with really like irregular terrain that's really hard to move through, but you as a group of players really want to work in that area, you're gonna start doing what you can to make that area more traversable by terraforming such and such. But that was actually part of the reason why back in the day they didn't want to add WASD as an option because they believed that most of the people that wanted WASD movement wanted like that kind of open world RPG stuff of like moving around in WASD, jumping and like eating yourself off a cliff and like flying and gliding and all of that stuff. They didn't like necessarily understand that some people just like to have a more minute control of how your character moves instead of clicking. Like I love traveling around in WASD. Like I love just like walking my character around. I don't necessarily need to be able to jump. But being able to not have to like click the whole time, but instead being able to use my middle mouse button to tilt my camera while I waltzed around. This is, for me, the optimal kind of movement. Feels the most comfortable. I did have to like rebind some buttons to make it work this way, but I like it. But that's also because like that's the kind of controls that I use when like playing Final Fantasy and stuff like that, so if you can climb down, having an option to jump and break your ankles, maybe more players find it funny and it'll be added. The quick hop. The quick travel down at the cost of your HP. So unironically on brand for me. Tokar just out here starving, yeeting himself off of cliffs and taking fall damage. That would be very on brand. But if they did make that an option, it would have like it would end up having to be something that you could like select. You know, you'd have to like specifically input like a jump off cliff button instead of climb down cliff. That being said, I don't think it's a bad idea. I know that they have talked in the past on like streams and stuff like that about wanting to add more like options for abilities to like climb and fall and like traverse the terrain. I remember the I think it was the cinematic trailer for the game had like a character using like a grapple hook to like climb their way up a cliffside or something like that. But that was a cinematic trailer, not a gameplay trailer. But I do think something like that would be cool. Like, if you could get, like, some extra, like, equipable items, like a little grapple hook and rope, and, like, some other stuff on the side here that could help with your traversal, and then your character, like, climbs up and down, like, faster. There is a lot of just Amarium here. It's really cool seeing like the outcroppings in bundles like this. I'm used to seeing these kinds of bundles of outcroppings with the stone, but not with an ore. I'm trying to think if I've seen this in other biomes. Like bundles of the ore veins together. I don't think so. Grapple hook would be great, just a faster climb. That's why I love the yeah, I know, I love it. It would also give like another direction for progression, especially for people that are focusing on like exploration. And like what you could even do, right, is like if you want to tie it down to like a progression loop, you've already got the World Explorer chain, right? You could have that like when you get to World Explorer 2 or World Explorer 3, then you unlock the ability to craft a grappling hook. And then you can like use that to help you climb up and down faster. And then like when you get to World Explorer 5, then I don't know, you get some other kind of tool that could help you with your traversal and your exploration. And so on and so forth. I think something like that would be very cool. Just make a big step. Big step. The other thing I need to go do still is I also need to at some point start doing all my quests. I have just been letting my quests stack up so much. And I've just been slacking on all of them. Like I can upgrade my cash. It'd be really good to do. I can upgrade my goat for hunting because I want to do more hunting. I need to go do the buzz about. Get my bee mask. Upgrade the deer. Oh, they're gonna give him. Oh, he gets 6 small item slots. Oh, that's cool. They're only 1 times damage. It's not like you're actually gonna carry that much. Then he gets. And the bird is still better. The deer is just like. The service is just becoming like a weird in between the bird and the goat. Where it does like. I guess it's sort of like your mixture of both. I feel like the deer struggles a bit with an identity. I have so many quests, but last night you did the one for getting honey? Nice! So you got your bee mask. Now you can be a little buzzy bee. You're a buzzy bee. Buzz, 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 and a buzz, buzz, buzz. No, probably. There's so many things to do, man. My problem with Bitcraft is I have so many projects that I want to do, and so many projects that I'm like partially working on, that as a result, I just never finish anything. It's just like an infinite list of partial work. I've still got like the road that I want to work on. I want to go get my sailing leveled up. I want to go do the next part of the town. I want to go get more of the cherry blossoms. I have all these quests to do. Sometimes I just get it almost gets a bit like overwhelming sometimes. Me in every game I ever play, right? Such a mood. Ooh, there's some more ruins over there. Some chest. Some shiny. Get that piece of candy. And just go with the flow of my brain rather than against it. It's just how I am. I'm very ooh shiny, presently minded. Oh yeah, no. So what I end up kind of having, at least the problem that I have with a lot of the sandboxy games at times, is that when I have that many different like projects, I'll boot up the game, and then I'll just kind of sit there in decision paralysis because I won't know which one to do, and then I'll just kind of be existing there and not doing anything. I'm like, oh, I could go work on this. Oh, I could also go do this. Or I could go do that. Or I could go do that. Or I could go do that. And then I just kind of stand there. And I don't do any of it. It's the same with my Steam library. If I don't... yeah. If I start questioning which game to play, I already know it's going to take me 2 hours to boot up a game. If I haven't decided beforehand what game I'm gonna play, we're stuck. Got a few little poisons, a few wards. Oh, this one's like half covered in rock. These are so pretty. I can't wait to be able to... Oh, God. I have to get up to like a tier 8 pickaxe before we be able to even collect this to make the pebbles to get some black tiles. But imagine how pretty it'll be when we have black stone tiles, man. I remember seeing someone in region chat last night. I think it was after I stopped streaming. Or maybe it was during stream. I just didn't comment on it during. But I remember seeing someone in region chat yesterday say, like, Clockwork Labs is kind of evil for making tiers 9 and 10 the black and white tiles. because you have to get to like such a high level to even be able to get them. Biotic has some tier 9 pebbles. Yeah, I know there are places that you can buy them. I know there's already some people that are selling them. But I don't have an idea of like how many I'd want, like, would want to have for the decorating. Black tiles are in the game? Yeah. It's one of the tiers. It's tier 9. So like you've got, when it comes to like the paving tiles, you've got color for whatever the tier is, right? So the tier 6 stone lets you get red tiles. The tier 5 purple, 4 blue, 3 green, etc. And tier 9 is black, and tier 10 is white. So really, two of the colors that most people would want to use are hidden all the way at the end of the tech tree. Clockworks Labs knows what they were doing. They know what they were doing. They're out here trying to torture us, putting all the pretty colors so far away. What I want? Our towers that fire down on the jackals around my settlement. A little defense structure to fight them off. I mean, hey, if you make sure to just put some lanterns around, the lanterns will protect you from it. It won't kill the jackals, but it will at least protect you from it. I did warn you when you decided to settle next to the jackal cave. Okay. You said you'd be fine. Warnings are merely suggestions. No, they are. That is true. It was a suggestion. You chose to ignore that suggestion. And now you're living with the consequences. Hi, Red. Thank you for the hug, lovely. If I'm ever told no, I want to prove it can be done. It's just in my nature. Classic. He's just a little contrarian. He's just a little contrarian. Oops. Mm-hmm. It's always a measure of what will run out first. My pride or my patience. So if I did Dark Souls playthrough, it could go either way. I kind of want to see you playing Dark Souls now. I kind of want to see the Sokar Dark Souls playthrough now. That would be something. I can't play Dark Souls. I don't think I don't think it's my kind of game just in general, honestly. But like secondly, I feel like I would just get frustrated. I've played like Souls-likes before. And in a lot of cases, I just get frustrated. Like, I don't get angry. I just get annoyed, and then I stop having fun. Hi, Sluggy. Oh, hello, welcome in. How is Sluggo doing? I've considered it, but avoided it for a long time for the same reason. Like, I'd hate to commit to something I can't see through. I mean, hey, I don't think there's necessarily something wrong with not completing a game, right? I think it's very much okay to start a game on stream and then find out partway through that you just don't vibe with it. That's just part of the experience. There's plenty of games that I've done on stream that either I stopped enjoying after a while, or like as a stream game, we just weren't vibing with it, and so it stopped being a stream game, and then we dropped it. You know? Like, for example, I really like Final Fantasy XIV. I enjoyed the game. But I've also noticed that, like, whenever I stream Final Fantasy XIV, chat doesn't really vibe with it. So I stopped streaming Final Fantasy XIV, and instead I just play it in my free time. And that's fine. And then there's, like, other games where I remember... Which game was it? Which game was it? There was one game that I started playing on stream. And then we... Rocket! Hi, Rocket. Thank you for the 2 months, lovely. What the heck? What the heck is? I appreciate you, Sweet Bean. How are you doing today? My supervisor doesn't see much of anything bad with my thesis. Nice! Just some polishing and grammar things to chip. Let's go! Let's go, Sluggy. Happy for you. Better to try and fail than never try at all kind of thinking. Not even that. I don't think it's necessarily a try and fail. It's a try and then find out it's not for you. Right? Like, you give the game a try, and then after a while you realize I'm not vibing with it, and you stop playing it. Right? Like, it's the same thing you would be doing if you were to play the game in your free time. Just now you're doing it on stream. And chat gets to be there with you. Chat gets to, like, the community gets to see what you think about the game, why you don't like the game, or why you might like the game. That also helps them decide whether or not the game is for them. Right? I'm trying to find now. There was a game. I can't remember which game it was now. That I played on stream. And then partway through I realized, like, I just wasn't quite vibing with it as much. So we stopped playing it. Where is it? It's somewhere on here. Somewhere in the Steam list. Yeah. I'm doing well. It's a holiday, so no work. Let's go, Rocket! Freedom! Freedom! We love a good holiday. We love a good day off. A day of no work. A blessed day. It's actually a good way of looking at it. I get to have a cheerleading squad at least, preferably primarily composed of femboys. There you go. Game was it now? Cannot find it. It's in here somewhere on my Steam list. I can't find it. Oh, idea. I mean, I'd say the only sort of exception to the rule to that rule for me was Deadly Premonition, but that's because we played Deadly Premonition on stream because it was bad, right? Deadly Premonition was like the game you had to play because it's so bad, it's good, and then cycles back around to being bad again. Like, it's something else. Yeah, Deadly Premonition was a vibe. It was an absolute... It was a perfect experience. Really, honestly, if there's a game I feel like you should try so far, it's Deadly Premonition. It's so stupid, and it's so good because of it. Anyway, people in the region part yapping about why they're getting in trouble for saying swear words. Okay. There we go. A lovely day of sewing buttons and sweating. Poor plows. Wait, it was disappointing. I think I missed something. I feel like something's off. I haven't received any hugs. Tried out the new Lego Batman yesterday. Oh, how was it? It was disappointing. Oh no. Goals are right in the world now. I love dumb games. They're great for my style of commentary. I think one of the silliest games I've played on stream was Thank Goodness You're Here. Like, it's just so absurd. Has anyone ever played Death Trips? Very short and sweet horror game. I've heard of it. I haven't tried it yet. But yeah, if you really want to play, like, if you want a game that tests your patience, and just really has no adherence to any of the logic that the game itself tries to set up, play Deadly Premonition. It really is an experience of a video game. Can't have shit in Bitcraft. That's what chat channels are for. Yeah, exactly. I think what some people forget, like, the thing is, yeah, the majority of the player base, at least the active, like, talking player base and, like, region chat and, like, on streams and stuff like that, are primarily adults, right? There is a lot of people in this game that are, like, late 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s plus. Like, there's a lot of people that are very much mature, or adults, I should say, that play the game. But Bitcraft does not have a rating, like a mature rating, right? And so you have to keep in mind that things like region chat, which every single player has access to, needs to adhere to the rules of that rating. So, no swearing in region chat, no, like, mature topics in region chat, etc., etc. And then when people do that and they get in trouble for it, they get upset. Students of Madness was one of my favorite recent horror games I've played. I'm generally so picky about the genre. Interesting. New Lego Batman just doesn't really feel like a Lego game. Oh, that's sad. How does a Lego game not feel like a Lego game? That's wild. I'd say the Yakuza series is a mess of its own. Like, heck you mean? I can beat up escalating threats just to get a video game back as a kid who had it stolen from him. Yeah. It's absolutely up your alley, knowing how much you also love the beautiful terror that is space. Speaking of space horror, Bird, do you want to... Speaking of unhinged and space horror, I mean, I don't know if I'd really call it horror, personally, but has anyone watched The Moon Workup? It's so gloriously unhinged. It's so magnificently chaotic and stupid in all the best ways. Highly, highly, highly recommend watching it if you just want to watch something really, really dumb. It's so funny. So funny. Get jumped by a guy hiding inside a massive traffic cone. Yeah, but see, like, that's kind of part of the, that's kind of part of the appeal of the Yakuza games, right? The Yakuza games aren't trying to be serious. They aren't trying to be, like... They're trying, like, their whole thing is that they're silly. Their whole thing is that they're, like, fantastical and just out there, you know? But the thing with Deadly Premonition is that I would argue it's even crazier than some of the shit you see in the Yakuza games, but they're trying to be like a serious noir detective horror story. And that's where it completely falls apart. And it makes no sense. Did someone yell in space? Is that a Portal reference? Maybe. Portal 2, I gotta play that on stream. It's been on my to-do list for too long. You know what? I know that feel. I think I have had... Do I have Portal on Steam? I have it here. Or I lie. Scroll down. Where is the P? Yeah, there's Portal 2. I've had Portal 2 for a very, very long time. And I still haven't played it. What is a sweet horror game? The monster gives you a kiss before it kills you. There you go. Going from I'm being framed for murder to I have to help this punk band who are a bunch of softies is a massive tonal shift. Also, Pocket Circuit Racing is a scam and those kids should get the Batman treatment. Listen, okay, that's a crazy tonal shift, but what about I'm trying to track a serial killer traveling across the country, murdering women and cutting out their body parts? Let me go stare into my cup of coffee to figure out what it can predict that's going to happen today. Exactly. While I talk to a voice that's inside of my head that nobody else can hear, but I can't hear either, but I do talk to it. out loud with other people around. Now that's a tonal shift. And if that sounded interesting to you, you should play Deadly Premonition. I also never played Half-Life 2. Now that is unbelievable, Sokar. I cannot. You've never played Half-Life? I played Half-Life back on, I think on the Xbox 360. Man, that game was an experience. Holy heck. There's not second one? How could you not play Half-Life 2? You gotta play both. That's crazy. And then you gotta be with everybody else and be upset that Half-Life 3 will literally never exist. That's downright reasonable. Never played Half-Life 1 or 2? Oh my god, Rocket. No! Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman, rise and shine. Wake up and smell the ashes. Not to imply you were sleeping on the job. The part of why I just have region chat muted. Yeah. The thing is, like, I don't... There's a lot of nice people in region chat, which is why I do still talk in there. Is it okay for me to test new explosive vehicles on him? Of course. For science. He's a scientist, this is science. This is all good, right? Exactly, don't worry about it. Monkey. God, what's happening here? How else would you see the funny Gmod ragdoll? We've got Gaben in chat! Oh shit. I knew there was something going on here. I knew there was something going on here. I think they don't get, I don't think this should be against the rules. There's not an excuse for this is against the rules. Yeah, it happens, you know? The thing is, right, and I feel like I can always disappear from the region chat when if it gets to a point that I get annoyed with it and then don't want to engage in it. But the thing that I'm most the thing that I'm most against and the reason why I don't ignore region chat is specifically for conversations like this, because it can paint the wrong image to new players, right? Like, the way that they are mentioning, like, oh, and I'm getting muted because people are reporting me because they hate me and they're weaponizing the system against me. Like, yes, there is definitely a situation there where people don't like you and are reporting you, and as a result, you are getting banned, but they're not weaponizing the system against you. Because it would only be weaponizing the system if you're actually breaking the rules. And so I like to keep region chat open so that when I see someone saying something like that, and I know it's not true, that I can at least, like, say something about it. Because I don't like misinformation. I've never been a fan of misinformation. It's why I also always feel really bad when I end up saying something that's incorrect. Or I try to at least be upfront when I don't know something for certain. Or at least I don't think I know it for certain. Moments like this. I need an eating popcorn emote. There's always the panic basket. Also true. I know a great streamer who has it. I know. There's this really pretty emote. Hey, chat. Chat. Chat, can we pull up our popcorn emotes? How many popcorn emotes do I have? I only have the one. Pull up your popcorn emotes, chat. Oh my god, I love the one with the little 3D glasses. Yes. Yes. That one's amazing. I like that. I like that. Who is this mysterious streamer with a beaver emote? Perhaps a shout out is required. That might be a really good idea, you know? That might be a brilliant idea, even, Sluggy. Thank you, Slugger. Now, chat, if you want a pretty beaver emote, you should go click that link right there, so your beaver can eat popcorn or can clap with confetti. Honestly, Tally has some of the best emotes. Tally has some of the best emotes that I've seen. I'm not gonna lie. So that's where they all come from? Yes, sir. Constantly taking notes on me. Our resident beaver queen, Miss Tainted Tally. One of the most magnificent and phenomenal streamers that I also have the absolute pleasure and honor of being able to call one of my close friends. Yep. That is the source. She is the source of the magnificent emotes that I use to take notes on people all the time. And clap. I think if I pull up my emote list of like my most used emotes, my frequently used emotes are about 50% Tally, 20% mine. No, actually no, about 60% Tally, 20% mine, and then like 20% just generic Twitch emotes. If I reforge an uncommon tool, you can never go down in rarity. Your tools, it is impossible. There is no situation in which a tool can ever go down in rarity. If by some means you end up going down in rarity with a tool, that is a bug and you should report it immediately. But once you've got your tool up to a certain rarity, it will always be at least that rarity. It can only go up until eventually you hit Mythic, which is the highest rarity. Hold my beer, chat. True. Actually, there is one other situation, and that's if Plaus reforges your tool. then it might go down in rarity. That's the other situation. I lied. I'm sorry. See, Plaus has a unique buff in Bitcraft. So there's a hidden stat in the game, right? You don't get to see it here in your detailed statistics. But right here under your all profession stats, sorry, not here. It's right here. Right here under your all profession stats, there's actually a secret luck stat. And Plaus's luck stat, while everybody else is usually just around 0, Plaus's is at negative 100%. Which means he ends up getting the reverse of what a positive roll would be. And so he is the only person capable of bringing your tools down in rarity. What you gonna do about it? Blouse is coming to touch your tools, Rocket. There's nothing you can do. I'm sorry. It's too late. You've caught his attention. You know, like how when a cat sees a toy that they want to play with and their eyes go wide as they're getting ready to pounce? That's Plaus to your tools right now. Hi, Corn! Hello, Corn. No! You might... Okay, so Rocket. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay? You might be able to suppress Plaus and stop him from reducing the rarity of your tools, but it's a very secret. I can't let everybody know about this, okay? And I can't let Plaus know that I'm telling you this, all right? You need to come here. Okay, so what you can do to stop Plaus in his tracks, all right? And it'll completely deactivate his brain for a moment. Is gotta give him a head pat, but as soon as your hand makes contact with his head, you gotta call him a good boy. Okay? But you gotta do it in like a nice way. You can't do it in a condescending way. Right? As soon as you do that, it'll completely deactivate his brain for about 15 seconds, which is long enough for him to forget what he was gonna do. And then you're safe, okay? If he starts coming for your tools, that's what you gotta do. He'll forget about the tools, and then you'll be safe. So anyway, hi. Hi, Corn. How is Corn doing today? Corn is 60% gay. Rocket's 81% gay. Plaus is 50. Oh no. I'm sorry, Plaus. If it makes you feel any better, I am 54% gay. I'm just ever so slightly on the other side of bi. I'm all yay! I'm happy to hear that, lovely. I hope you are taking good care of yourself today. Uh-oh. Oh, goodness. Hello? Hello? We should be back. We should be back. Bitcraft, shat itself for a second. The dike broke. You can't say that, Rocket. That's a bad word. Yeah, we back. It's okay. We're good. Yeah, Bitcraft like had a hiccup for a second, and that hiccup caused like everything to just like freeze and fall apart. But we're good. We're safe. We're fine. But there we go. We're okay. Everything should be fine again. OBS shat itself for a moment. The stream is stable. Everything's alive. We're fine. I'm just double checking. Yes. Okay. It was me. I did it. Okay, I got you. Okay. Plas, can we grab Sokar real quick? Can you grab Sokar and not let him get away? Thank you. Everything's on. It means a big thing that holds so water back and you put your finger in. Don't just go putting your fingers in random dikes, Rocket. That's not allowed. That were the place I'd be living really close to the beach. True. And I would be under the sea. We can live, laugh, love again. Is there a faster way to get hinges or a thick line other than finding? Nope. You can only get the thick ropes out of the wreckages left out at sea. Yep. What are the seeds from the blossoms for? They're used to make the decorative trees? That is correct. That is correct. The blossom seeds are for making the trees. And for all three of the blossom decorations, so the tree, the bonsai, and the cutting, all use the seeds. And then the blossom petals, these little guys, are only used for they're either used for the petal flooring or for making the flower crowns. And for making the pink bee mask. Sorry, pink bee pattern. Why can we not use them to plant regular trees after the season? What do you mean? I don't... What? Oh, you mean to, like, grow the tree? Like a harvestable version of the tree? Is that what you mean? To harvest them? Yeah, no. Well, because it's supposed to be a seasonal event. That's why. Probably to keep specific trees in specific areas as well, if you could plant and harvest all tier trees. Well, so there is meant to be... So, in the past, there was the ability to plant, grow, and then harvest trees. But you could only do that with trees that were native to the biome that you were trying to plant in, right? So you could only plant a tree that would already naturally spawn there. You couldn't plant a tree from a different biome in your home biome. That system was taken away for the current decorative tree system because they want to rework how grown resources function. What they want the grown resources system to be, because right now what it used to be was when you planted a tree, anybody could come around and then chop down your tree. The problem with that system was that if, say I went, because there was a decent amount of effort that went into growing a tree. Say I went through all the effort of gathering the seeds, making the pots, putting it all together, planting, growing the trees, because they're like a lot harder to find. Got them there, and then as soon as I log off for the night while they're growing, and then the next day I log in and all the trees are gone. Because anyone could just come around and chop those trees down and gather them, because there was no ownership. They're reworking the planted resources system so that resources that you plant belong to you. So that you could plant 10 trees, and then only you could chop those 10 trees, for example. That's the system that they're working on now, and that's also how they're going to bring planted trees back. But, again, that'll be for just your normal trees, your normal resources that you can gather out in the world. Essentially just making it slightly easier to gather a specific resource that you could already gather within your biome, just without having to travel as far at the cost of some additional resources to grow them. The reason why they can't do that for an event resource like these trees is that that would kill the event immediately, right? Like, all that would need to happen is one person would have to gather one blossom tree, and then from there you could just grow them ad infinitum for as much as you want. It takes away the event part of it. Now, if you're worried about FOMO, I understand. However, nothing in this game is gonna, or at least nothing when it comes to the seasonal events, is going to come in temporarily and then never come back, right? Next year, this time, right, around the same time, probably roughly, the next, like, spring season, they are going to bring the blossoms back. The content is going to be reused, and then some additional content is going to be added on top of it for the seasonal event. So maybe next year, we might have the spring blossoms, and we might have, like, a flowering spring blossom. Or we might have some special spring flower that you can also collect. This is an example, don't actually take this as fact. Or they might bring some new things that you could make out of the spring blossoms that you're gathering. So they're gonna grow on top of what the event content is, but it will come back around. So you don't need to, like, completely fall to FOMO. Because they're very much against the FOMO style of game design. But yeah. Probably keep specific trees. Yeah, no, exactly. They're limited time. I bet they'll become crazy valuable. Exactly. They might become super valuable for trade, honestly. If you hold on, if you gather a bunch of blossom stuff, because I can promise you no one's ever going to have enough of these. You could gather a bunch of this, and like 5-6 months from now, I feel like you could sell it for a decent profit. But they will come back next year, exactly like Blythe said. They'll be worth more than blue party hats, exactly. Also unrelated, but loving the music selection. Thank you. It's a, again, going back to Riot Games, makes phenomenal things. This is a bunch of their sessions music, which is playlists that they have that are free use for content creation. If you're interested in any of the songs, I can link them. I can link the playlists through to you, Sokar. Or anyone else, for that matter. I'm officially off the clock. Yay, Gabe! Welcome to freedom. And hi, Flip. Hi, Flip. I wish Plaster Mass was real. I wish Mr. Flip Flops was real. Chip Flarps. Yeah, Corn's name is a hard one to flip around like that. Could you go Corned Cotton? No, that doesn't, no. Corned Cotton is probably, yeah. Corned Cotton is probably your best bet. Don't take this as a fact. The Bitcraft devs hiding in chat. Write that down. Nah, the Bitcraft devs get all of my suggestions annoyingly posted to them in the Discord. So it's fine, don't worry. They're already sick and tired of every time I'm like, hey guys, I had an idea. Can we all agree that Plius is a good boy, by the way? See what I'm telling you? See, Rocket? Proof. Flip wasn't even here earlier. It just works. Only the best boy. Exactly. Please do link. I'd love to check them out. Star Car so fire. Yeah, that sounds about right. Or Star R Sockfire. I'm Wangfire and this is my husband, Starfire Fire. Hey guys, I have an idea. Oh, we know. We know. Listen. All I'm saying is sometimes this cat has really good ideas, alright? And sometimes this cat can beg and plead for that idea to become a reality. Example. This cat begged and pleaded for them to add the windswept tree to the decorative trees list. I'm just saying. If you beg and plead enough, sometimes people listen. You just gotta be annoying. This is a joke. Don't actually, annoy people like that. That was entirely meant as a joke. Please do not take that seriously. I would never beg. See, and that's why you don't get things. Senator Paulina, please. Listen. I'm not saying that if you were in the partner Discord, you would not have seen that. But I'm also not saying that if you were in the partner Discord, you would have seen that. And I'm gonna ask that if any of the partners are currently in chat and they know the reality of this situation, please do not out me here, okay? If you're hiding, I'm gonna beg you to keep this in confidence. This is our safety corner, okay? Please beg them to have the ability to hold hands in this game because it would be super cute. It would make... Oh my god. That would be very fun to have like some kind of like leading people around thing. That would be very cute. Just hold hands and lead your friend around. I mean, that is like... So there is one mount that you're able to actually share, right? It is very far down the list, but if you get your taming up to level 60, you can then get the ox mount. Now, why would you want the rideable ox mount? Because it is perfect. But secondly, it has a passenger seat. You look in the stats there, driver seat 1, passenger seat also 1. And then also it can carry a fuck ton of cargo and other items. It is the perfect mount. The ox is honestly just the perfect mount. But you do have to get your taming all the way up to level 60. Add a leash. That would only be that you could self-equip. You can self-equip a leash, Sokar. God, could you imagine if they added a cosmetic like that? That would be crazy. So, they are adding... Hi, Arg! Welcome in. They are adding new taming content this week, so getting to 60... Oh, for sure! It's definitely already with the chickens. Getting your taming levels up is much more viable. And with whatever additional taming content we get on Thursday, it'll also become a lot even more doable. So, like, I do think taming level 60 is no longer the crazy hill that it was before. I still have a good few levels to go though to get there. I'm only on 43. I'm still a little taming baby. But it is very much doable, yeah. I don't think it's an unreasonable level anymore. I think back when we only had the tasks though, it was rough. When all they had the ability to tie mounts to each other and make a giant caravan to carry tons of goods. I know people have talked about that. And like have asked about stuff like that in the past. I think their issue is trying to find a good way to balance it. In terms of like how like fast something would be. Because I know a lot of people have asked for, I know like if you ever tune into one of the Bitcraft streams, there are like, if you ever tune like to the official Bitcraft online streams, because Mitch does one every Thursday. Regardless if it's a patch day or not. And if you watch those streams, those like there are about like a dozen things, I'd say, maybe half a dozen things that you will see every single time people asking. Number 1 is bridges. Number 2 is granular claim permissions. So instead of just being like access to all storage, like actually being able to like limit people's access to specific things of storage. Number 3 is water terraforming. Number 4 is being able to tie your mount to your deployable. So like your cart and your goat together. And number 5 is usually some kind of thing that'll increase your personal inventory storage. Those 5 things you will see multiple times every single official Bitcraft stream. It's it's honestly crazy. It's really funny to see. I wish, like, to a certain extent, I feel like they just need to set up a bot that auto responds to those ones being like, yes, we know about this. We know you guys want this. Caravans would be cool. Wait, when are we getting those caravans? The models were teased like over a year ago. I know they were. I have honestly got no idea. I don't think they've said anything officially about them being on the timeline, and I don't think they're on any of the current roadmaps that we have access to. So I would say, like, don't expect them until you see something referring to that on a roadmap. Have they actually given us an updated roadmap? Go to the website. Bitcraft. What is the most recent road news? Are we still on the previous roadmap? I think we're still on the previous roadmap. Yeah. I don't see any new roadmaps. Nope. At least I don't see it on their current news part of the site. Sad. One day, though. I do genuinely wonder how far with tech the devs are willing to go, because we are technically automatons, so like it wouldn't be a stretch to go into industrial age tech at the end. So yes and no. Like, the thing is, if you're thinking industrial age tech like automation, that's a big no. Like, that's not gonna happen. The whole point of the game is that everything is supposed to be, at least to my knowledge, I remember, at least in previous streams, that they said automation would not be a thing. Just for the fact that, like, the idea of the game is that everything's supposed to be created by the players, right? If you start introducing automation, automation allows you to start cutting people out of the process, and that's not something that they want. A very key, like, pillar of the game design is that every single player is always useful and always able to contribute in some way, shape, or form. Right? And that's because like low tier resources are always necessary for upgrading your claims, for rerolling your tools, for whatever else. Like no matter what tier you're at, you're always going to be using the lowest possible tier resource because it's always going to be necessary. And so introducing automation would produce ways that you could potentially cut people out of that process, and that would harm the new player experience. So like there's plenty of other games that are focused on automation and do a bunch of automation and stuff like that. You can play those games to get your automation, but don't expect to see automation in Bitcraft. Would be my assumption. As for like the caravans and stuff, I also really like the idea of it, and I would really love to see it eventually become a thing. But like I said, if it's not on the roadmap, I don't imagine it's happening anytime soon. It's not like ox-pulled carts were a keystone of civilizations or anything. We shall industrialize the land, smoke shall belch forth from our factories as we churn the land into one of our making. Calm down, Sauron. Exactly. Thank you, Bless. Where are the trees? So many trees. Oh, look at the widow flip. Look at the widow flip. Industrial Revolution and its consequences in this essay. I will thank you, Gabe. That's very true. I wasn't really focused too much on the factory aspect. I was just thinking transportation, architecture, electricity. I feel like, so like things like electricity you could definitely see. There are like, right now I think most of the stuff that like gives light mostly looks like fire, but I believe like, for example, this lamppost, I don't think it actually has like a fire effect on the inside, just a glow. You could argue that there is like a sort of electricity to it. But I know people have talked about like wanting things like railroads and like trains and stuff in Bitcraft for like faster travel. I like the idea and like the sentiment of that idea. But also, personally, I don't see that happening. Because again, that takes away the player-driven side of it, right? Like transporting resources from one area to another, traveling from one place to another, that is meant to be time-consuming and difficult, and it does get better as you craft your like better deployables, get better mounts, get better boats, etc., to make it easier to do. But it is always still supposed to be something that takes time, and if you create an infrastructure system like trains that trivializes that, it nullifies the necessity for people to get better versions of their own deployables. Right? Because, like, why would I bother getting a faster mount if I can just use the train? What's the point of my mount at that point, right? And I know that, like, they don't want to make things that completely replaces something else for the most part. With, like, the exception of the raft, right? The raft is just, like, your basic ass boat, and you're never going to use the raft again once you get the skiff. But, like, your skiff and your clipper, for example, have different values. Your clipper is really good for out at sea, your skiff is really good for in the rivers, and so they both still stay viable depending on what their use case is. The cargo ship that they added, like a few updates back now, is, again, does not replace either one of them, because while it does have much higher cargo quantities that it can transport, it is slower. So you're not going to use your cargo ship for traveling somewhere, but you are going to use your cargo ship for bringing back a fuck ton of resources from one place to the next. I just processed 10 tier 2 sailing crates and almost 30 tier 1 ones, and I got 1 thick line and 4 hinges. Yeah. You are gonna need a lot of those crates. I did. You're also gonna need a lot anyway because you want them for leveling up. But like, what I do when it comes to going out for a batch of wreckages and cargoes is I go out with my skiff and a completely empty inventory and a stack of pies, and then I spend like 4 hours semi AFK sailing back and forth collecting the cargo until my entire inventory is full of both my boat and my character. And then I come back home and then I open it all up. And you'll get like a good handful of levels out of that. And you'll get a decent amount of hinges and thick lines as well. But yeah. So if you crave automation, I have a few recommendations. I was gonna say, I feel like that's the other thing, right? When it comes to automation, there's a lot of games out there that give automation. There's a good few games out there that you can run to if you want to get your automation going. At least the wood grind was consistent. Knew how much I needed and how much I was getting. Sailing feels like it's just wet loot boxes. It kind of is. The thing that you gotta see with sailing is it's supposed to be both a moneymaker and like a research. Like what you ideally should see it as is you're going out to gather the loot in order to make money, and the thick lines and stuff that you get along the way are your bonus. Satisfactory, one of them, along with Minecraft. There you go. Create, mechanism, immersive engineering, etc. See, I have, when it comes to Minecraft, bro, I like the mod packs that have stuff like create and mechanism in them, but I don't have the brain power for those mods. Like, when it comes to those automation systems in games, 9 out of 10 times, I don't have a problem with automation, I just can't figure it out on my own, so I need to follow tutorials. Like, when I played Oxygen Not Included, I love Oxygen Not Included. I think it's a great game, and I think the automation systems in it are really fun too, and making all the systems whatnot is super good. But I need to like follow tutorials to figure out how to do it, like taming vents or making like self-powered oxygen makers, the spums and stuff like that. I just have a whole list of like tutorials that I pull up whenever I need to do any of those kinds of things. The only thing I've ever made myself was like a self-cleaning water supply. And that's about it. Because I am not good with automation. And when that's not hard and good enough, you get the hard drugs. Factorio. I don't think I could ever play Factorio. That would be too much. Hey, yo. Alright, you. Tier 5 epic? Yeah. There we go. Okay, wait, I missed something. Sorry. Oh, I got distracted. Help. Where was I? Don't forget Dyson Sphere Program or Captain of Industry. Dyson Sphere Program seems like a really interesting game. I love automation in vanilla Minecraft. Actually, question for Factorio plays, is the DLC worth it? Dyson Sphere. Okay, hello. Hi. Yes, Gabe. Would you like to be indoctrinated into my... join my long-term survival world in modded? In modded Minecraft? Hell yeah. Oh shit. Let me split off. Honestly, that sounds like a really fun time. Sorry, one sec. Okay. Alright. Okay, sorry. I got there for a second. But damn, that actually, yeah, that does sound fun, Gabe, honestly. What kinds of, is it just like no, it's survival world and modded. What kind of mods we talking here? Because here's my thing. So when I play Minecraft, I'm the like, generally, I'm a cozy house builder person when it comes to things like Minecraft. And I'm the one who likes the decorative mods and the magic mods. I'm a big nerd when it comes to like magic mods. I love magic in games, man. Tell me that I can be a mage and you've already sold me on your game. Doesn't necessarily have to be that for me to want to play the game, but if that's there as an option, you've probably sold me on it. There we go. Hi, Sir Syntax. You look popular just from your chat? No, I'm just a nerd that people like to lurk to sometimes. How you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. A long-time survival world. It does sound pretty fun. I've been alone 5,000 days? That's crazy. Custom pack 1.20.1 fabric. Whoa. How do you get a clipper? So you need to be... Let me double check what level you need to be. Also, if anybody needs an uncommon tier 3 rod, it's over here. Where's the words? Where is the clipper quest? You need to be level 50 in order to get the clipper. So level 50 in sailing. And then you'll get a clip at sea. You'll get this quest unlocked that you need to go talk to Swim, and then he'll get you on it. You do need to be, so you need to be level 50, and you're going to need tier 5 wood in order to. Yeah, of course, Rocket. If you want this, sure. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm catching up on things. Man, I get distracted for like 5 seconds, and then I can't keep up. This is not okay. It's like 13 years. I'll see if I can add more than just the combat spells. Probably a good idea. Honestly, being able to cast Fireball, already good enough for me. Mage, sold, yes. You popular? Don't lie to me? I don't know. I have imposter syndrome, so even if that might be true, I probably won't believe it. But thank you. You just got Bitcraft this morning? Oh, awesome! How are you finding it? Have you gotten... Be warned, the game can feel a little bit overwhelming at the start. Wherever you end up in the world, though, people are very friendly.
I cast Fireball,
motherfuckers. Yes. Asking in region chat, anyone's willing to like help and answer you. The chat and like the community at large are very, very friendly. And of course, if you'd like to ask something here, I would gladly try to help in any way I can. That being said, sometimes, as you can see, I get a bit behind on chat, so it might take me a minute to catch up. But I will eventually see your message and respond to it. Long time since I played Minecraft, but I'd be down if you speak. We're getting a Gabe server. Wait, I said 5k. Damn, that was a mistype. I mean, closer to 8.5. Jeez, give or take 100 or 200. That's a lot. That's a lot of days. I can't take it out of the chests. I don't have permission. No, you're all good. I've got it on me here. I can run over to you and toss it your way. Why am I RP walking? Let me also deposit all of my petals and such. I got it this morning and then went on my exercises. So just about to load it back up. I like it. It reminds me of old school RuneScape. Yeah, that is old school RuneScape was one of the big inspirations for the game. According to the devs, which I mean, I feel like makes sense. It's essentially like a cozier version of old school RuneScape. If it like married Minecraft, is how I like to see it. It's hosted on Essential, so it's only up when I have it open. But I hope someday someone with money burning in their pockets would like to pay for an actual server. See, that's the reason why I've never set up like a Minecraft server for like the community, like a community server, is because I just don't have a way to like have a constantly active server for people to play on. I think I might fall in love with it, we'll see. Counterspell. Depends on region, some of them can be... Okay, that's true. Not every region, but most of the regions in my experience are generally pretty good. I know, at least if you end up in our region, R14, R14 is a super cozy, comfy place. Everyone here is very friendly. Some of the other regions might have a little bit of drama, but I'd say like in general, the majority of the community in Bitcraft is very comfy, very cozy, and very good vibes. And while there might be some cases where there are people that don't match that description, it'd be pretty good. Third level does a 14 counter. It's not too overwhelming, some learnings, but not a steep learning curve compared to some. But yeah, it's very cool loading in now, and thanks, I'll do. If I have any questions, you're on my other monitor. Hell yeah! I get to be the second monitor, chat. Listen, my entire goal with streaming is to become your second monitor content. If I get to be on your second monitor, I am happy. Then I am sold. Oh, it's a rocket. Hey, rocket. I mean, if you're asking so friendly, in the middle of town, how can I say no? You're welcome, Bean. Don't use it all in one place. Use it all over the place. Telling about... Okay, you saved us from being fried alive, yay! Old school RuneScape is in my nostalgia craziness. There's so many servers too. I keep finding sailing chests on top of ocean fish where I can't... Yeah, so there's... Unfortunately, there's a problem with the spawn boxes for the ocean fish and the like loot crates and stuff like that, where they overlap. You can access them, but you have to do some like camera trickery where you get it so that your camera sees through the fish and the fish aren't there, but you still see the box and then you can click on it. But honestly, it's usually not worth the effort. I just go and sail past to the next one, because the amount of time you spend trying to catch the one that's stuck in the fish, you can end up getting like 2 others just out in the ocean. I know a server host with decent prices at $20 a month. Honestly, that's not too bad. That's pretty darn good. But yeah, I like survival stuff most of the time, but I do miss old school RuneScape. I like the graphics, pretty cool. I love the world design and how it can change and build everything in this game. Well, in both. Yeah! That is, for me, that's my favorite thing about Bitcraft, is the way that it evolves over time, right? So like one of the things that I've been doing for our claim here is I've been taking screenshots from, let me get the angle just right, from this angle. From this angle right here, I've been taking screenshots of our entire claim every single day since we set it down. And from the moment that it was in this tiny little box in just a big old forest and you could barely see anything, to the city that it's basically become now. And it's super, super satisfying. So I've got that. I need to update it. But if I go here to our starting soon for a second. This is essentially like, it's not quite all the way at the start of it now, but you can see there's a couple of snapshots in between of what the claim used to look like as it was developing. And all the states that it was like growing through, and then the walls came in, and then like that appeared, and then that appeared, and blah 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 blah. It's very fun. And it feels super satisfying to see like what we've built over like all this time. I honestly kind of wish I had done that with some more areas. So there are a few other things that we have built, like our road. So we've got our little Autonian, which is this little rainbow road here that connects us across like a decent portion of the map and brings us to one of our outposts for mining. And like we carved this like through the hills, and then this is now turned into this little like cherry blossom tunnel. I still need to actually finish this area up. There's a little bit more decorating that works, but like seeing this entire road that's come into shape and like carving its way through the environment as something that we've put together feels it's super satisfying. I always feel good when we use this road. But yeah, let me run back. Okay, I'm catching up on chat slowly, and then chat starts going off as I'm trying to catch up. Very luckily I didn't decide to cast it. This one takes a shtick so far, should only get better. You're my background on my phone, like 99.5. Oh my god, game, that's so what the heck? I'm gonna get that box. Is there an auto walk, auto move button? Clicking on the map doesn't make you move that far. Yeah, no. So there's no auto walk. That's why I usually use W, A, S, and D if I'm traveling long distances like this in a mostly straight line. The distance that you're able to walk when clicking on the map is actually based on your movement speed. So if you're on a faster mount, you're able to click a larger distance for your character to walk. I don't quite know why it works that way, but that is the way that it works. So being on a mount will get you further. Or being on like leather clothing, which gives you movement speed increase, will also get you further. But there is no auto run, unfortunately. Is there another walk or a move? The evolution of the world, such a great... I know, right? Nice that they haven't patched the funneling multiple accounts. Twitch drops into one Bitcraft account. I mean, yeah. If you want to have multiple Twitch accounts, yeah. To be fair, there's not really anything game-breaking about that. And that kind of does work for most Twitch drops in most games. Thank you. At least it was about $20 a month last I checked. Inflation probably bumped it to 30. I'll check in a few hours when I'm home. Yeah, no, you're all good, Gabe. You're all good, Gabe. May I DM you the link to the servers? Yeah, of course. So, like, the thing is, like, for me right now, when it comes to stuff like that, I just don't have money. I just don't have money at the moment. So, like, I can't put down money for things like running a private server for like Minecraft or something. One day in the future, I would like to, but at the moment, I just can't. Eventually, maybe when we get to a state where the stream's able to like earn itself enough money that it would be able to pay for like a community server, I would love to do that, but that's gonna take a while before I think Twitch earns a consistent income for something like that. That looks awesome. The world changes. Yeah, it's my favorite thing about the game is seeing, especially when you get to play like early on, seeing how the world around you develops, right? When we first settled over here, we were the only town in this entire area. And then like I think the second place to drop down was Not Solace. And then slowly but surely, like more little places have started to pop up around us, and all little groups that are here to hang out. It is very cozy, and it's super cool to see how it's all been changing over time as well. Not just with our claim, but the claims around us, and roads start developing, and people start connecting to each other. A really cool one to see is Concordia. They're one of the big ones. Concordia and Moonlight Harbor and Aquila, like the 3 big empire capitals. All 3 of those are crazy to look at. Like, they are enormous cities. Oh. Sorry, I just saw that someone poked in. Is it an autobahn without the auto? It's an Autonyan. It's an Autonyan. Because it's kitty. Would love to check it out. Except the Traveler Fruits. Yeah, the Traveler Fruits drops. I understand why they added that. But yeah, I think they've also learned from that, and that's why they haven't done a Traveler Fruit drop again, and instead done, they haven't done like a, what's the word? A repeat of that, and instead have been focusing more on cosmetic stuff like the cubes and pets and stuff like that. Concordia, they stole my name! Uh-oh. Get him, Gabe. Aquila isn't that big. Okay, it's not that big, but it is like one of the major capitals, I'd say. And it is still a really good, it is still a really pretty, I think it is at least, a really pretty, claim. I hope they like artillery, because I have this big cannon I want to test out. Concordia is ugly in my honest opinion, but I just don't like the design. No, that's fair. I'm not a fan of Concordia's design, like in terms of personal taste, but I do find it very impressive. Also, hi Spam window. Welcome in. Sorry, I didn't see your message in the region chat before because I'm a little bit distracted. But yeah, I think Umbilica, like Concordia, is, while it's not my personal design taste, I do think it is an impressive city. Like, because you can still see the amount of work that went into it. But yeah, my general, like, our general design for, our general, like, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. Ethos, I guess. My like design ethos when it comes to the Meownicipality is definitely form. Like function is secondary to form. So like we do still want to have, like we have been trying to set up places that are still usable and like work nice functionally, but we also want to set up areas that actually just like look pretty with like what we've got. So like, for example, we've got all these stations over here and they are all positioned so that there's a little slot where you could put your storage and you'd hit all of the stations that are relevant to that area. And the same is done with pretty much everything, except the farming area is a bit too spacious, but everything else has a kind of central courtyard space that you can put your stuff down to work more easily in. But we don't want to turn the whole place into one big parking lot, which is kind of what Concordia has going for it. That's why we've got like decorative walls and sections and areas that are entirely just dedicated to being pretty. IDM. Oh, thank you, Gabe. I will check it out later. I'll check it out later. I leave any messages that I receive now, like, I don't click on them, because if I click on them now, I will realize I will like forget to respond or read it properly. So I never read messages while I'm busy on stream, unless it's a message that is like important and needs to be like referred to like right now. Because if I say it's okay, I'll respond in a little bit, I'll forget about it. My permanence is on the, like, literally, my object permanence when it comes to stuff like that does not exist. Alright, I finished gathering, I did that, so I am going to head back out. Dudenia, for more adventures. But yeah, if, speaking as an umbilican, fair. But yeah, if you are interested in joining our Meownicipality, we have a Bitcraft section specifically in the Discord. If you're interested in being a kitty, even if you're not interested in being a kitty, but you do want to hang out with us and sometimes take part, you can come check us out there. The Discord is structured in a way that everything is an opt-in or opt-out ping. Or opt-in ping. So you don't have to worry if you're not interested in hearing like stream pings or pings for anything else. Everything is opt-in and outable. All the sections in the Discord are opt-in and outable for the most part, with a few exceptions that just kind of have to be accessible to everyone. But yeah, we have a section in the channels and roles for Bitcraft specifically. If you choose that, it should unlock the Bitcraft Burrow. And you can poke us there if you're interested in joining. Just because I might miss stuff in the chat while on stream today. Okay, hi Bear. Okay. Nobody... Listen, chat. Nobody tell Guzzler what happened here, okay? This bear is just sleeping, alright? That bear is just sleeping. He just needed his meds to fall asleep, okay? That's the story and we're sticking to it. Trying to catch up here, but man, I've missed things. Fortunately, my nation of Concordia is very small. It's basically just me. One day, Gabe. Our most important building in... These jackals, man. There's a lot of angry boys today. They're out here fighting. Why are they so mad? I just want to chop the tree. Alright. Our most important building in Astromethian geography. That sounds very fancy. About 0.3 kilometers away from the community house, aka spawn. Other than that, we have a small outpost on the Proxima Centauri system in Glacier, specifically. The space station in Glacian orbit. Damn, that sounds fancy as heck. What the hell? What the heck? That sounds fancy as heck. Questions are appreciated and encouraged. Okay, explain everything. See, I have this thing, right? I don't know if other people, like how many other people have this. But I really enjoy listening to people nerd out. Even if it's on something that I don't know anything about. I love listening to people talk about things that they're passionate about or that they know a lot about. Because I find it just super, that like passion and interest is what like really engages me in a conversation and gets me super interested as well. Again, even when it's like something I don't care about or like that I'm personally not attached to. Like I have a friend of mine who's really into Formula 1. I have zero interest in Formula 1. Like I have zero interest in like racing in general. But like as a result, I also have zero interest in Formula One. But he's super into it. And so when he gets really into like talking about it, about like the races and the cars and the politics and the this and the that and the development and all of the stuff and the rules and the situations, I completely just like fall in love with the conversation. I will sit there and I will literally just like stare at him and like just absorb all this information that will never mean anything to me personally, but just the fact of like being able to hear it from someone that's really passionate about it gets me super engrossed in a conversation. So if you ever want to geek out about something, my answer is yes. Cherry blossom tree, yes. So these cherry blossoms over here are the current seasonal event in Bitcraft for the spring season. Unfortunately, also, do you have a preferred nickname or is Sir Syntax? Am I saying it? First of all, am I saying your username correctly? If not, how should I say it? And or do you have a preferred nickname? I can't remember if I've asked this or not. If I did ask this before and then proceeded to completely forget your answer, I am also very sorry. But these are the current seasonal event. Unfortunately, you are joining right at the tail end of this event. The event ends in 3 days, at which point no new cherry blossoms will be spawning to gather. But there might still be some out in the world that you can gather. However, do not be don't stress about it too much because they will come back around next year. The devs are very dedicated to not like relying on something like FOMO in their game design, and so like the vast majority of content, at least when it comes to seasonal events, is always going to be like recycled and coming back the following season. That being said, you don't have to be high level you only need to have level 1 forestry, so you can chop down these trees already from day 1. And if you're interested in getting some of them, I would recommend it. Okay. Astrometheus is the name of the world / planet. Glacio is the only other planet with a breathable atmosphere. Also, there's lore, but not like established. It's more like written as players interact with the... Okay, this sounds really... I'm loving this already. I have so much potential lore you don't even know about the workshop, but I won't spoil that. You'll need to see it to understand. Okay, well now I'm getting excited, Gabe. Now, see, now you've said the magic word. You've said the 2 magic words. Which is lore. And then, like, telling me that I need to, like, see or discover it. I've been... Behind the scenes, I've been wanting to, like, start trying to tie together all the tiny tidbits of Bitcraft lore that they've been seeding out to us when we're, like, doing quests and, like, doing events and situations like that. Just trying to, like, piece together the world at large. Bruh. The lore! I can never say no to lore. I love it. They want to create stuff for exactly, like Spamwing Duck says, yeah. They want to cycle in the events in and out. So nothing... They don't want to create a sense of FOMO, because they also don't want to create a situation where you feel like you have to play the game. And that, in turn... Like, that specific dedication, and them saying that out loud, is part of what really made me fall in love with the game and, like, the dev team. And part of the reason, like, why I ended up also applying to become a Bitcraft partner. Was, like, because I really see the vision and I really respect the way that they are approaching this game. Because so many games these days have this like focus on FOMO, and they're trying to get as much of your time, and they want you to constantly only be playing their game. And I feel like having like a developer that is actually respecting your time. Like, yes, this game is a big grind, right? Don't get me wrong. It's not like you can do everything quickly in this game. But at the same time, there's also no need to do everything quickly. Because nothing's really time limited. The only things that are time limited will come back on a repeating cycle. So there's no real FOMO in the sense of like, if I don't play right now, I'm never getting this again. And I really, really respect the dedication to that. And I really, really appreciate that ethos. Because I've had so many games that I enjoy die for me because of FOMO. Right? Like, I'll be honest, I loved like the gameplay of like the Hoyoverse games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. Gameplay wise, I love those games. The FOMO that they employ to try and keep you playing that game is what killed the game for me, and why I don't play them anymore. Because the FOMO is just it. I will play the game until the FOMO eventually burns me out, and then I give up on it, and I'll never come back to it. Because at that point, if I've missed out on something, I don't see a point in ever coming back to it. Outside, yeah, okay, the early access achievements, yes, those are technically a form of FOMO, I'll admit, but they are a primarily cosmetic thing. So like the here, wait. So for those who don't know, for every single profession and skill in the game, there is a normal achievement for reaching level 100, but there's a special achievement for reaching level 100 during the early access. So this normal one for reaching level 100, you're going to lose that when we go over to the 1.0 world. But this one, the Reawakened Carpenter, that one will carry over into the new world. This will be a permanent unlock on your account if you get that. So that is technically a form of FOMO, but it's a cosmetic one. And it's one at a level that I feel isn't as... It's not a game changer, if that makes sense, right? Like, it's not direct gameplay content. I think that's the part that really bothers me the most, is like something that's related to gameplay that you can get locked out of. Is where I really lose out. The titles is also, because I understand you want to have a nice reward for people that have put in that level of dedication, right? The fact that someone plays the early access enough to get to level 100 in it and get reawakened, I 100% like respect that they give us some kind of like give you some kind of reward to carry through, so that you can show off that you are really dedicated to this game. Same thing with the other titles like Alpha Awakened, Early Awakened, I think Hexite Pioneer. I believe these ones are all, and Twitchy, because that was the first Twitch drop. So like I can understand the titles. I don't mind too much. But yeah, if it's something more gameplay related, or something like bigger and more tangible, I feel like then it would get really icky if there was yeah. I'm so giddy. Someone cares after so many months by the engineer. Listen, I'm always here for anybody that wants to geek out about stuff, because I love geeking out about stuff. My favorite thing about like when I have like I know a bunch of friends that like writing like fantasy or doing D&D and stuff like that, and when they sit here and just geek out to me about their character that they've created or the world that they've designed because I do the same thing, I love to listen to it. The biggest catch up I have on so many gacha games as a free player, if you aren't constantly playing and grinding, you can't get the stuff you want when it comes. Exactly. Love the Hoyo worlds, but they need to be constantly grinding, so when a character I want drops, I can get them, otherwise I miss out. Exactly. That, and then like, if you do decide to take a break from the game, even if it's not like a character that you want, like the thing that killed me on Genshin, right, was where Genshin would do those seasonal events where you could get like a weapon for a character, but it would be a one-time event. You could get a weapon, and that weapon would be the best weapon for that character. But if you didn't play during that event, you had no way to get that weapon afterwards. And it would never come back. Like that? Because at that point, I feel like, what happens when I come back to the game after not having played for 2 years, see a character I really like, get that character, and then I can't actually use that character their fullest potential because I wasn't there for the event that brought out their weapon. Or their whatever, like, special thing that you could earn. Right? Like, stuff like that. That just completely kills my desire to play the game. Bread acquired. I'm hauling my ass home to tell you more. Hell yeah. Level 100 outfits win. Also, those will be really... I can't wait to see what they do. Honestly, so far... Whoop, the way they've been doing the... I've really liked how like the outfits have been evolving as they go up. I can't wait to see what they'd end up creating for level 100. I love that these still are just blank squares. Level 100 outfits would be sick. I imagine they'd be really pretty. I need the reawakened Fisher. I've played since Alpha as a Fisher. I need it. Get that. You can get it. I feel like, at least in my personal experience, I don't see a world in which the early access ends so quickly that people aren't going to be able to get at least one reawakened title. Especially if you've been playing since like the start of the early access. I think I think that's very much viable. I don't see a world in which that wouldn't be possible. Also, sorry, I completely just realized that there's an ad break going in. I don't know if you can or cannot hear me. I'm so sorry if you didn't. 79, right? Okay. You can hear me. Perfect. Yeah, no, yeah. If you're 79 right now, you should 100% be sorted. It's honestly so fun just listening to someone geek out about something. Exactly! See, Rocket understands. Rocket gets it. I don't need to know anything about what you're happy about or what you're excited about. I don't need to have any knowledge or understanding about it. Just listening to you talk about something you're knowledgeable about makes me so happy. But it's about ego purely. Hey, that's honestly fair and valid. There was a part of me that was contemplating trying to go for Reawakened Slayer. At first. Again, just purely for ego. Just purely so that I could go up to someone and say, I leveled Slayer to 100. But I've ended up spending so much time with, like, claim stuff that I've accepted that that's probably not gonna happen. If I end up getting close, if I end up even just getting into the 90s for any of the professions, then I might start focusing in on trying to level that one up to 100. But I'm accepting that probably won't happen. And I'm okay with that, because I'm gonna have a bunch of pretty pictures of a pretty claim that we've built. Happy birthday, old person. Please don't cut me with a fish hook. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to our little Meownicipality. I hope you enjoy your time here. Also, yeah, oh god. Kill it. Bad soldier. Bad soldier. Bad soldier. There we go. Okay, we're good. Thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, all follows are anonymous. Because I know some people like to just lurk and don't want to get called out. So, I've got them all set as anonymous. You won't get called out. Feel free to just lurk away. But know that I see you and I appreciate you. So thank you. More interesting things while I hold my ass home. I know this world will not be forever, but I want to pass it on when I'm no longer fit to hold it. I want to create a legacy others can enjoy, even if my name disappears from its history. See, Gabe. Ooh, Gabe. There is a YouTube series, a Minecraft YouTube series, that I think you would absolutely adore. It's been a hot minute since I've watched it. So I need to remember exactly what it's called, but it's something like Ultra Hardcore Legacies or something like that. And so the concept is, and I fucking love this concept, is they have a Minecraft world, ultra hardcore. So if you die, you're done for. And you don't like regenerate normally. You can only regenerate through like healing potions and stuff like that. But when the player dies, they Spammer Duck, thank you for the biddy. Thank you much for the cheer. 1 hex optimization. Appreciate it. Also, if you don't know, chat, there is still Bitcraft has the bit by bit program still running. So any bits that you do cheer in chat, you will also be getting hex, hexite energy for the hexite exchange for premium cosmetics and stuff in a proportional rate of 100 bits to 350 hexite energy. Hexite. What's it called? Hexite shards. Sorry, shards. So make sure that you bind your Bitcraft and oh fuck, I'm dying. Wait, no, kill him. Okay. So make sure that you bind your Bitcraft and Twitch accounts if you haven't done that. You can do that after the fact, because mine's already bound, so you will get your reward. But yeah. But Gabe, what I was gonna say is there is this the way that the world works is when you die, or when whichever person is currently playing on it dies, the world gets then given to a new YouTuber who then continues the story and then adds on to the world and kind of expands it further. And so when I watched it, it had gone through 5 YouTubers. And it is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. Because then the next person comes in, but they come in with no additional knowledge from the previous person. And so they get to explore the world. They get to find Easter eggs that they left for the future generations in that world. And they approach the game in a whole new way because they're creating a legacy for the next player to discover. And like some of them would go and they'd work like one of them was really working on making a bunch of like automation and factories and stuff like that, so that somebody would have like an easy way to, like, the next generation would have an easy way to get like whatever resources they wanted. And then like another one was like putting around all these little secrets and hidden rooms for people to discover and stuff like that, with like with hints and whatnot to like give them a sort of treasure hunt and like stuff like that. And it is a phenomenal series. I ended up stumbling upon it because I would watch a lot of videos from Lagundo, who I think was the 4th person or the 5th person in the timeline of the legacy. But I went all the way back to the original YouTuber, and it's so cool because it's grown, actually, like you said there. It's grown out of the person that started. The person that started it, like, to a certain extent, a bunch of, like, by the 4th generation, there were a bunch of people watching it that had never seen the initial episodes or don't even know who the first person was. I didn't know who the first person was until I went back and watched his videos on it. It was phenomenal. I loved it. And I love that as a concept. Okay, sorry, that was me geeking out for a second there. Fish want me, women fear me, peak fisher. Let's go. That's what we like to see. We have, I think you'll find, if you would like to join us, Bam, you'll find yourself right at home. We have a few very dedicated fisher people in our claim that would love to fish alongside you. We're also trying to do regular, well, semi-regular ocean fishing sessions every 2 weeks-ish. We were supposed to do one this Saturday, and I kind of forgot because I got distracted. But now with the new revamped part of the Discord, it'll be easier to organize stuff like this on a regular basis. Gabe. Yes, that's me. Exactly. Gaby rhymes with baby. Oh dear. Baby Gaby. Baby Gaby. Any fish woman? It's mermaid. Oh goodness. Okay, that's cool. See, I think you should look. I'm pretty sure it's called like Ultra Hardcore Generations or something like that. I think it's like UHCG. But yeah, should check it out. I feel like you would really vibe with that series as well. I was so caught up in sorting the storage house that now have that my character nearly starved. Oh no, we now have. Yeah, I get there. Don't worry. I do that quite a lot as well. I'll get distracted doing something, and then sometimes like also like doing something in game, and then my character is just slowly starving, and then all of a sudden I look and I just see the little red damage number ticking up, and I'm like, ew, oopsie. Well, damn. And he died. It happens. I realized I was AFK for so long. I was starving and then auto-logged out. Oh, that's also happened a lot. Especially when I put Bitcraft on my second like when I'm streaming is honestly the best because then I'm usually paying more attention to the game. When I have Bitcraft on my second monitor and I'm doing something else though, the amount of times I would tab back into the game, like 40 minutes later, remember that I was like playing and then tab back in and I've either logged out or died or both. I can't even keep track of it. It's happened so often. The difference is that I don't have to die for it to be boss. No, exactly. Like I know it's not like a 1-for-1, but I feel like with the way you were talking about like your concept, I feel like the UHCG series would really vibe with you in terms of like something to see. Cause that's like part of why that's part of why I really like Bitcraft actually. And it's kind of similar to my ethos when it comes to the things that I'm trying to do in this game and the things that I'm trying to build is I want to create stuff that might live on beyond me, right? Like I've seen people that have like people are like commented that they like the design of the Meownicipality or that they really that they've seen our Rainbow Road and they really like the Rainbow Road. And they don't even know that I made it. And that's fine by me, because that means there's something there that people are going to remember. And that people really like. And that makes me happy. What the heck? Why are you running away? Come back here. Fight me! Fight me! He's just running away. Can you imagine? Alright. Let's get our cherry blossoms going. And by the enthusiasm you're showing, I might just add you to the list of possible people. Oh. Maybe I'll distribute several copies. That would also be really interesting to see, is where something like evolves and like diverges when you put 2 people or 3 people or however many people with the same starting scenario. That'll be really interesting to me, I feel like. Okay, you... What is with these wasps today? They're so angry. Come on, soldier. Lie down. Go down. Come on. Bonk him. Okay. When do we Mario Kart on the Meownicipality's Rainbow Road? Goodness. Could you imagine? We need Bitcraft to give us like some equivalent of like a racing deployable. We need some race cars, and then we can go on a Meownicipality race. Everybody running down. Get some power-ups along the way. Could you imagine if you could make like a tile that would give you like a movement speed increase? And then you put those on like specific spots along the road, and then people run into it. You've got a whole little racing minigame that you can put together. That would be very fun. Okay. Alright, chat. Here is what we're gonna do though. It has been 3 hours. We're not gonna end, don't worry. Don't panic. Don't panic. We're not gonna end. But I smell food, and my stomach is rumbling. So, I am going to put my character on the next cherry blossom, and then I am going to lurk for a little bit and grab my food, and then we're gonna continue to go and yap and probably continue for at least another hour or 2, and then we will raid out into another Bitcraft streamer after that, so that anybody that's working on their drops can continue to make progress. Because I know how much everybody wants their pretty tribal mask. I should actually go ask if there's any... Hopefully today they'll work on like anyone that's worried about that has not received their tribal mask, by the way. If you have got the Twitch drops and you did not receive your tribal mask in game, it is something that the devs know about, but it was also the weekend, so they're probably already working on fixing it now if they haven't already fixed it now. But yeah, just give them some time, don't worry. You will get your mask eventually if it was bugged out. We're not silly. I don't know, I think we're pretty silly. Go annoy the devs. Like, please. I gotta be strategic with my annoying, because if I annoy them all the time about everything, then we might get... This is when we might start getting a problem. But okay. I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab some food, and you... take this chance to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, do some self-care jazz, because you probably haven't been doing much self-care today. Or at least not enough. So, go take care of yourselves, and I will see you in a few minutes. Okay, mwah! have returned with dinner. Sen just staring at the goat, and the goat is staring back. Yep. While the clouds and blossoms pass. We're having a moment, okay? Hi, Doge. Hello. Honestly, this is kind of picturesque. I need to... Oh, hello. There you go. That is pretty picturesque. I need to start taking... I've been meaning to, like, collect some, like, just ambient background scenes of Bitcraft to potentially use for, like, layouts and stuff like that. But yeah. You went to buy milk again? Listen, okay? Milk's important. It makes strong bones. And I'm a cat. We need milk. Alright? We need it. Also, actually, don't... By the way, as much as TV likes to make it look like you should give your cats cow's milk, please don't actually feed your cats cow's milk. It's not good for them. Don't feed your animals cow's milk in general, or any other kind of actual milk. Because while we as humans have been able to develop the ability to consume the milk of other mammals without, you know, absolutely destroying our internal systems, outside of those who are lactose intolerant, you know, having to defecate themselves in an extreme manner, most animals did not develop that ability. And so where our lactose intolerant brethren may have, you know, a bad time on the toilet, your pets will have a much more severe reaction to it. And so you should not give them milk. That is your PSA for today. Them lactoses, exactly. Some people are lactose intolerant, not me. Oh goodness, I am so glad I am not lactose intolerant, because goodness gracious, if I was lactose intolerant, I don't think I'd be able to live. Like milk, cheese, like literally every dairy product in existence, I live off of. I live off of dairy products. I think I would. I don't think I would be able to exist if I was lactose intolerant. It just is what it is. I don't have that kind of strength in me to live in a world without lactose. Can we unlock this one box? Because otherwise I'm going to be very upset. Oh, screaming cat at the door. One sec. Angry cat at the door. Okay. Angry cat is inside the room now. Yes. Also, did I say hi, Doge? Hi, Doge. If I did say hi, well, you can eat a second hi. I hope you're doing well, lovely. Humans are weird for drinking the milk of other mammals, and we lose some of that ability if we don't drink it often enough. Yes. Lactose tolerance is the fastest spreading mutation in human history. Fun fact. The Mongolians drank their horse's milk and conquered. Well, you can check it. Exactly. Badass archers, the best. Horseback archers. I wasn't lactose intolerant, but I am now. Oh no. I still eat cheese and dairy, though. I just suffer for it. I have a friend who does that. She's lactose intolerant, but you would not tell from her diet. It's almost kind of similar to that state of like, you know, when you consume something that's bad for you in small amounts, you can build up a sort of resistance to it. There's almost a sort of level like that for dairy and lactose tolerance. However, not quite to that level. But I remember reading something about like people who are lactose intolerant that then consume lactose on a daily basis end up having a less severe reaction after like a prolonged period of doing this. They still get a reaction, but it becomes less severe as their body starts to kind of build up a quote-unquote resistance to it and like an ability to handle it. But again, I don't think it's a particularly enjoyable lifestyle. Samesies, I drink milk daily. We are lactosians, a new race of human I just made up. Yep, real. No, I mean, it really is though. Like there is a in terms of like mutations in humans that we've been able to track, right? The ability to consume milk or lactose as an adult is the fastest alteration that we've been able to track in human history. So like lactose tolerance is actually the weird one. Being lactose intolerant isn't weird. That's the natural state of a human being and of all mammals. But we have found a way to develop lactose tolerance. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Red. Alright, chat. I hope you did it on the break, but even if you did do it on the break, you're gonna stretch and you're gonna drink some water, right, Meow? Because if I have to do it, so do you. Alright. Get a sippy. And a stretch. There we go. Oh, that was actually a really nice stretch. Thank you, Red. I find, especially now with the heat wave and with how hot it is, like, my muscles are so much more tense. I think part of it, not necessarily, I don't think it's actually from the heat. I think it's from the air conditioner. I think the dry air is making my muscles tense up a bit more. So I should actually be stretching more than I normally do. Isn't heat supposed to loosen? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, heat generally loosens your muscles. However, so the heat itself isn't the problem. It's how you react to the heat. I think in this case... Down, Nala. I think in this case, though, like, it's more the air conditioner that's making my muscles a bit more tense. But, like, while heat tends to loosen your muscles, sometimes the way that we react to the heat results in us tensing up more, which makes your muscles stiffer. But if you can stretch in high heat, really, really good. It's really, really good. The stretch squeaks are always adorable. Don't say that or he'll start muting. This is true. This is true. I muted while stretching once. Chat revolted. You honestly, with the reaction that I got from muting while stretching, you would have assumed that, like, I killed a kitten or something. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy how upset people go. If you do, I'll start a revolution. Oh dear. I've just accepted my fate at this point. The problem is now... Senator muted while stretching. Fetch the guillotines, the Bourbon dynasty shall fall today. The one thing is now though, because I've gotten out of the habit of muting when I stretch, sometimes when I'm in a call with someone and I do a quick stretch, I end up forgetting to mute as well. Which, depending on who is in the call with me, can be very awkward. Listen, when it's a call with somebody like with you players, it's different. Like you're here for it. I know. But I've had like a call where I'd have a more of like serious like conversation with someone, and then I went to like stretch, and then they just hear these squeaks, and I'm like, oh fuck. The bright side is, at least like in real life, like IRL, I feel like the squeaks aren't so loud that like someone else would be able to hear. It's mostly just like the microphone and the proximity. It's mostly the microphone and the proximity that gets the squeaks. I feel like the actual squeaks, they're audible. People can hear them, especially if it's like a very quiet room, you'd hear it. But generally, I can pass undetected. Oh fuck. I'm not prepared for you. I'm not prepared for you. Okay, he's leaving me alone. He's leaving me alone. Whew. I was not prepared for the... Oh god, he's coming back! I'm not prepared for an Alpha Umbra right now, not with this health. Oh, fuck it. Can I get him? Let's see how our damage looks. Maybe... Actually, no, I got this. I got this. I got this. We're fine. Okay. Sir. I'm just trying to collect pretty trees, man. Okay, what was I saying? You said you needed to stretch more. Oop, it's out of stock. Yeah, there is a cooldown on it for a reason. Would anyone be willing to shipwreck themselves so I can get more wreckage? Like IRL, because I'll think about it. No, Gabe. Gabe. If you shipwreck yourself, then I am not gonna be able to let you info dump me. Then you won't be able to info dump me with all of your lore. I want you to info dump me. Preferably in a place that I can read it all back later. I used to have like writing friends that would put in an entire like we'd send entire paragraphs of like text and lore stuff to each other in DMs, and then like days later, and both of us would do this, we ended up telling each other about it, and then it turned out that we both did it, which was even more fun. It's like even days after we'd had that initial conversation, sometimes we would go back and just read through the other person's lore again, just because it was so cool and so interesting. It was so fun. Goat just standing there like, if you die, I will laugh. I know, right? My goat. I do all of this to protect you, goat. I'm out here fighting the good fight for you. I fight everybody that says you're not a goat. And then you just watch me die. But honestly, it's okay. Look at those eyes. That face can do no wrong. Don't mind the fact that I'm currently chopping an axe from, like, inside of him. Okay. a cat lying on the floor behind my chair. Wait. I have my phone with me this time. I can actually get a picture. I did it. Just squeaking at me. She's upset with the heat. She's so upset. I know, baby. So bad. Poor me. Meow. 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 Hi, baby. I know you don't like the air conditioner either. Because it's so loud. Shit, you're right. So the item acquired SFX, you got a new reason to live. I will gladly be your reason to live. Well, no, wait. I don't know if I should be your reason. But I will gladly help you find reasons to live. And nerding out to a bunch of people is one that I can definitely help you find, because I know plenty of people that will listen to you nerd out. Maybe we should make a specific section in the Discord. We make a... Because Discord has those forum things, right, now? I mean, it's had them for a while, right? But we could make one of those, like, forum channels, and it's just the Nerd Out channel. And you could make your own little, like, forum post to nerd out about something that you like, and then other people can go and, like, react to it, and respond, and ask questions, and nerd out with you. Would anybody use this if I made this? Because, like, the one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to bloat the Discord. Because, like, the Discord is starting to get decently sizable with all the channels and stuff. Oh, sorry. And I don't want to end up, like, overloading it with, like, channels that don't have a reason to exist. So I've been thinking about potentially, like... I don't really have any channels that I need to, like, clear out at the moment. There's been some that I've been wondering about whether they need to exist or not anymore, but so far I'm pretty okay with all of it. But it was why I was also hesitant to add a Bitcraft section, but, like, because Bitcraft has become, like, basically a pillar of this community at this point, I feel like it deserves to have its own entire section instead of just a single chat channel. Because it's actually been getting to the point that, like, some things would get lost that people were talking about. But... boy oh boy, do I have a nerd rant for that? See, now you're enabling me. Yes, Kitty, you wanna go? Is it too warm? Do you wanna leave? I've yeeted her onto the bed now. That might make her happy for a bit. The kitty has been yeeted on the bed. Never mind, that's not made her happy. She's still upset. Hi, Feather. I don't know. I think you're getting what you deserve. Wow, fix your bot. Fair. What I deserve? Yeah. Hey, you rock up in Sokar's chat and call me stinky. So you're getting what you deserve. Whatever. I was wondering what cats think when they hear humans making the meow noises. I'm sure she loves it. Meow. Definitely not. No, not like I'm gonna be spending my days chatting with people instead of being chronically lonely. Oh, Bean. Hey, listen, I'll put that channel together. If people are down to nerd out about stuff, I'll put the nerd out channel. We'll make it, and I'll have it there before tomorrow's stream. We'll put it down as a test channel. You know what? We'll just toss it in. We'll see if people like it. If it doesn't get used for a month, then maybe we'll remove it. But if it gets used, we'll leave it. Feather is yapping a lot. Okay, let me catch up. No joke though, one of my favorite games has one of my least favorite endings to any game ever, and if you give me a platform, I will rant about it. Alright, here we go. Hunter, how likely are you to be doing more art over the next few months? I mean, I'll definitely be doing some art because I'm still trying to learn. Why? Making See, that's the problem. It's the ish. The ish is what brought you down to 31%. If you have to put ish there, you're not gonna be 100%. I see, just to judge if it's truly gay enough, trust. I'm planning a new pack release to add more magic to the pack, and I'm gonna have to probably rewrite the launch script. And I was putting off. Ooh. Hey, yo! Real talk, it actually isn't gay, it's NBX male, but uses a femme model base for the NB. Hey, I mean, if you're an NB, I feel like there's still some gayness to there. It doesn't matter what kind of NB you are. If it's not straight, it's gay in this household. Senator Art, you still doing? Yes. I'm still practicing. Yes. I'm signing you up for something. Thanks for joining me for an art event. No, listen here. Does this have to do with whatever you listen? Does this have to do with whatever you sent a message to me? I haven't clicked on it yet because I haven't got the time to dedicate to reading, understanding, and responding. If you sent me a message, if this has to do with whatever's in that message, I will respond after stream. Because if I try to look at it now, I will forget about it and then never respond. So I just see your picture with the little red one next to it. That's reminding me that I need to click on this and read it later. And then be who likes men, you're still pretty gay. Exactly, that is still pretty gay. I have so much useless info. I'm living for this. Alright, we're gonna make it. If it's not straight, it's gay. I don't know. I feel like being straight is pretty gay. You know what? No, that's a fair point. If it's not straight, it's gay. If it is straight, it's also gay. It's just gay. Did I? What I sent 4 hours ago? I forgot I sent. No, you're all good. I promise I was not attempting to be annoying and repeatedly. No, you're so good, Bean. Don't worry, don't worry. You're so good. Long story short, you're shortlisted for doing art for me because, listen, feather, 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 feather. I'm gonna be. This is genuine, 100% honesty with you right now. I'll force you to appreciate your art. Listen, I am not okay. This is genuine 100% honesty. I absolutely adore, and it makes me feel very happy with how supportive you are of my art journey and of my developing skills. That being said, I have been doing art for less than 5 months. Okay? I've been working and learning and practicing art for less than 5 months. It is very much a skill that is still in development, and not a skill that I feel comfortable granting to, like, creating things for others, because I do not believe I am yet, not ever, yet, at a level that I could be proud and feel good with giving you what I am able to make. So I would very gladly want to do something for you when my artistic skills get to a state that I do feel like I'm able to give you something that you would be happy with and I would be proud of. But until I get to that level of skill, I wouldn't feel comfortable giving my, like, creating art for other people. Does that make sense? Send join redeem when again, for the exact, the join redeem is for the exact same reason. Like, I want to make that a thing in the future, but right now, even when it comes to, like,
your
the
artistic skills are better than mine by far. Just check Ruby's Discord.
Hey, we're all on a different stage in our journey, right? But I am kind of curious about what you made. I'm gonna have to check Ruby's Discord later to see. I bet it looks amazing. I bet it looks awesome. Yeah. Great news, the event's in 5 months, you got plenty of time. Kidding. But no, that's fair. In all seriousness, I just shot out the message I sent you to about 20 to 30 people. Because it's gathering people for a charity event and just sussing out more who's interested than any commitments. That's fair. Apologies if I did seem to... No, you're so good, Bean. I know... Here's the thing. I know when you're shit stirring, and I know, like, when it would be too far. If it would actually be too far, I would say something, and I would, like, be a lot more stern with how I'm talking. I just want to, with this, I just want to make sure that, like, my stance is clear, right? Like, I understand, of course, that a portion of my negativity toward, like, I understand that there is a imposter syndrome there, because I've dealt with imposter syndrome with a lot of things, literally, like, in every aspect of my life, and I understand that that is also going to be talking in my ear about what is good and bad about my art, but especially when it comes to what is bad. But I know right now that my artistic skills are not quite at a level that I'd be willing to do stuff for other people, because even when I'm trying to make things for myself, as I'm learning, it's taking me very, very long. Like, I've been working on the Bitcraft PNG for myself, and it's still not done. I've been working on this now for, like, a month at least. I started working on it around the time that I became a Bitcraft partner. So, like, it's been a hot minute, but it's still not even past, like, the initial, like, fancy line art state. So I want to get to a state where I can not only make something nice, but I can consistently make something nice at a reasonable pace before I want to start offering that up to other people. Because there's nothing I would feel worse about than promising you, or, like, promising someone in chat. This is the same for, like, having an art redeem. I would love to eventually have that as a thing, but in the same state, I would feel really bad if I promise you a piece of art, or you do a channel point redeem for a piece of art, or for an event a piece of art, and then my process, just because I'm not that fast yet, ends up taking multiple months to like sketch it, to line it, to color it, to do whatever. Like, and it ends up taking like really, really long. I would feel just really stinky about that. Even if you are okay with that. Even if you yourself were completely fine with that, I would still feel stinky about it. And so I don't want to put myself in that situation, and I also don't want to put you in that situation. Because then I'm going to feel the need to apologize, and then you're going to feel bad about me apologizing. Because I know how this goes. I've given up on my art journey. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Next time you're tempted to say or think negative stuff about your art, just imagine this face looking up at you. Okay, but if I imagine that face looking up at me, then I'm gonna, like, just pick you up and shake you. Okay? I just want you to know that that's what's gonna happen. If you're gonna be like, if the little guy Feather is gonna look up at me like that, I'm gonna pick you up and shake you. The little like squeeze thing that you have with Ordekai and your model, like, imagine that, except you're in both hands and you're getting shaken back and forth repeatedly, aggressively, to the point that you're almost frothing at the mouth. Speaking of, hey chat. You should go click that. Just saying. You should go click that. They're really cool. And really cute. And adorable. And just a really fun being. And really funny. And extremely artistically talented. So I'm just a tiny guy, a little scrungle, a little blurbo. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. That you are, Red. Or imagine this face. Why would you be angry? Then I'm gonna be sad and then I'm gonna cry. It's the non-stinky streamer. I forgot that was in the model. Squeeze. It's very cute though. I love it. Okay, but what if I grab you aggressively? You're such a little guy. Like, what are you gonna do? Grab my thigh with both hands? Grab my knee, maybe? Speaking of Final Fantasy 14, oh. You need Eureka at all. I'm gonna be entirely honest. Which one's Eureka? What's Eureka again? Listen, I haven't played 14. I haven't had an active subscription for like 3 months already, or 4 months already, because I haven't been able to pay for one. So I'm really out of the loop on 14 right now, and it makes me really sad. They do have a free weekend thing going, and I'm trying to convince Tex to come play with me for the free weekend so that I can feed the addiction again. Are there no cherry blossoms around? Jeez. That's depressing. Artistic my ass? I will artistic your ass. If I have to. Venator, do you need... I don't know what Eureka is! What is Eureka? No, fuck. No. No. I can't remember what Eureka is. I know I do know, but I can't remember because I haven't played in so long. How far are you? I finished the main story of Dawn Trail. But that was it. Like I mostly like beelined through the main storyline. A lot of like the side content I didn't do. I love when I'm casually yeeted across the world. I need to be teleported back to my original position on Bitcraft, and then the sky looks funky for a solid 3 minutes. I know, right? Ain't that fun? Side content that's more old style MMO with grinding. It came out with Stormblood. Oh. I don't think I've done that then, no. Like, in terms of side content, I haven't, like, most of the raids I haven't done. I did a little bit of the deep dungeons, but not much either. Yeah. North has so many blossoms. You decimated the southwest section. What can I say? I am a force of nature. It's okay, I'm finding more now here in the southeast, so I'll start heading this way, and then I'll probably start heading north to start decimating the northern cherry blossom population. Hearken my call. I hearken your call, Gabe. What is up? If you're not going to acknowledge my words out there. No, oh my god, thank you for the hug, Bean. Also, thank you for the follow. Heroic Rooster. What the heck? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Oh, that's super sweet. Thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. That's very kind of you. What the heck? I hope you enjoyed the month of ad-free viewing and access to the emotes. And that you enjoy your time here in our little Meownicipality. Sorry, we're just like geeking out about Final Fantasy XIV right now. Critically acclaimed MMORPG, if you do not know. I'm not gonna do the shtick. I'm doing events for grinding the relics for it, is why I'm offering if you want to join. I don't have... I'm not currently in the game, Feather. I don't have an active subscription at the moment. Because I don't have money. Because I'm poor. Still crawling through the broken glass that is a realm reborn. It hurts. Damn, Sokar. Damn. Damn. I get to see like new places I've never been to before for like 0.2 seconds, and then you're just... Yep, the random teleport is always wild. I kind of love it though. You know what? Okay. Sorry, Gabe. Did I miss a message from you? What did you say? What did I miss? Send. Oh yeah, you said send. Yes. What is it, Gabe? Tell me. Then some stage this week, let me get you up to the second stage area that we're grinding in to join for that. I'm sorry, Bean. Also, aren't we on different... Are we even able to play together? Because aren't we on... Because EU and NA aren't... Like, EU and Australia and stuff, aren't we on, like, completely separate servers? Are we even able to play together? Like, even if that wasn't the case? I didn't know. Die. Sorry. Explodes. No, you're good, Bean. Don't apologize. You're fine. You're fine. Honestly, I'm actually just really happy that you even offered in the first place. Because that means you thought of me. That makes me feel happy and fuzzy inside, so thank you. Too bad. No! You can't be nice to me and then explode. Then I'm gonna feel even worse. Yes. What is it, Gabe? What is it? What did you want me to see? What did you want to say? What did you want to say? I saw you say send. And then I'll hearken thy call. I'm hearkening thy call. Thank you for the huggies. What's up? If you rearrange USA, you get Oz, so both servers are the same. Alright. Too bad explodes, can I? Will. No, you won't even answer my question. No, he won't even answer my question. Feather's just out here trying to torture me, man. Am I like, what's happening here? I'm gonna lurk and get some work done. Gotta mentally wake up for a call in an hour. There was a question. Wait, what was the question? I said, would we even be able to play together? Because aren't you on Oz and I'm in Europe? Like, aren't they completely separate servers that we wouldn't be able to play together? All servers can... Oh! Oh, okay, well that I didn't know. NA, Japan, EU can all visit Oceania. Interesting. Okay, well never mind then. That's actually super cool. What the heck? Oh wait. In that case, why don't they just make all the servers able to visit each other? Because like, I know EU and NA can't visit. That's weird. Huh. I vanished. Okie dokie, thank you for the lurk bean. What I wanted to say is get hugged, silly. I've been hugged. You know what? I vanished because he asked a question. Thank you. I'm actually kind of enjoying this power that I hold over Feather by asking questions. Also, get retaliatory hugged, Gabe. So long story short, intense server structure issues involved. Gotcha. B, the big problem is culture. Okay, also makes sense, actually. This makes sense. This war will be never ending. Oh. The various DCs have such different raiding cultures and gameplay cultures, various mechanic problem solving strategy. Yeah, okay. I get you, yeah. Because all the different, like, communities would be so vastly different from one another, it would make it, like, a big problem. Legit imagine 1,000 dumbfuck tourists from America in your town, no matter how respectful they try to be, they are going to go against. So, when I used to work in Amsterdam. So literally, like, every day of my job when I used to work in a bar in Amsterdam. Yeah. And then I guess they don't have that restriction for Oceania because the server is just less populated than all the others by like a reasonable degree, and so everyone's allowed to visit you. Or are they just like, well, if someone's an asshole, the Australians will put them in their place? Because I could see both being a reasonable argument. That's assuming they're all going to be good rather than usual. Yeah, fair. OCE is just too small. Fair. Oi! It's okay, Rocket. You're not like other Americans. Australians just built different. Because we've had a lot of people move from JP and AU to Oceania. We've already got a bit of melting pots in Origin. Fair, gotcha. JP have a huge culture about sticking to norms as well. That had hugely conflict with the NAEU. Without a doubt, NAEU have different strategies that I've seen, but if I remember correctly, JP and Oceania have a strat overlap as well. Oh. It's a mess. Honest to God mess. I've seen people bullied off Oceania because they brought NAEU culture. Damn! That's kind of sad. But... see, mostly when I play 14... I'm just a good little healer and I listen to what people tell me to do. I see your health go down, I heal you. That's what I do. I see health go down, I do heals. No, it's good. Sokar's a yank too. Fair. But Sokar's also a puppy, so like that's fine. Sokar's fine. Dude, someone came to Oceania shouting out their venue and advertising their venue. You'll find that in an AU for venues. I don't know about JP, never been. Yeah, that's fair. I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that like in the EU servers, lots of people doing that. Non-stop shout ads for venues. Yeah, that's annoying. OCE told them solidly to go fuck off, and they cried about being bullied. Okay, that's... Never mind. So I thought like you were talking more about like, I don't know, someone wasn't like playing the server, like playing like a dungeon in the way that like people would normally want to do it, and then they got mad at them and then bullied them off the server for that. No, what you're explaining, like what you're describing now, I kind of wish we would do that in EU too. The constant advertising is annoying. Yeah, no, last up. OCE is a vast geographic region encompassing Australia, Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. Exactly. OCE is already essentially a melting pot. So it makes sense. This guy, geographies. Someone has a map. There was also an MMO that had a practically race war back in the 2000s with Brazilian players versus other players, so they might be trying to avoid that. Oh damn, that's crazy. I played on OCE and Ultima Online when I was a young teenager. I thought I was close to it. I lived in New York at the time. That is magnificent. Listen. At least OCE gets their own server. Try growing up in South Africa, where your closest server is always one continent away. Anyway, I have to look now. Apologies for the person I sniped with the US comment. It really was just meant to be a generic imagine. A lot of loud tourists, not necessarily calling American tourists bad. Ah, you're fine. You're fine. Besides, it could have been a lot worse. You could have compared them to British tourists. Now that would have been offensive. Not even the Brits try to defend British tourists. No. Alright, Kitty wanted to leave the room. Like, there's not a single person alive that will actively try to defend a British tourist. Not even another British tourist. Like Elon Musk. Oh, please don't. I hate that man. I hate that, like, of all the people, like, being South African is so depressing. Because, actually, no, it's not depressing. It's such a, like, weird whiplash that you get. Because for most people in the world, there's only two famous, at least in this modern era, there's usually only really two South Africans that most people know about. And it's Nelson Mandela and Elon Musk. And there is not a... I don't think you could get much further in a dichotomy of human beings than those two. Like, you definitely could, but like, on a realistic level, outside of some extreme examples of human beings, that dichotomy is already very broad. And like, we have other good South Africans, but they're just not as well known. I'm Canadian, American too, but I prefer Canadian if Aussie. See, that's my thing, is like, I have Dutch parents, but I'm born in South Africa, so depending on the context of the situation, I'll either call myself Dutch or South African, or both. Generally, I'm both, but like, I'll lean into whichever way I feel like feels more comfortable. As an American, I can't say that our reputation isn't entirely deserved. If they're a nice British tourist, I talk to them, cool accent. Yeah, that's true. Some Brits have a very fun accent. The good one and the bad one. As American, I have to acknowledge that we're kind of going through it in terms of international reputation right now, and it sucks because we're really diverse people who are definitely not all of the same mind. No, but that's just countries in general. Can't even start to talk. Yeah, no, I try to, like... So for those, as like you've probably... If you've read the channel rules, I'm totally okay with people having a discussion, and even if they want to talk about politics, that's okay, but the point is to keep it respectful, so if there are people that are uncomfortable, we don't talk about politics. Uncomfortable topics are fine if everybody involved consents to talk normally and respectfully about an uncomfortable topic, but especially with the state of like how like politics are right now, just for the world in general, I try and I prefer for us to stay away from political conversation, especially like since the internet is a place of escapism for a lot of us, right? We try to escape some of the more horrendous parts of the reality in which we live by going online and looking at silly anime characters and talking to little video gamers. And so we wanna like, I think it's important to be able to have that conversation, but I think it's also very important to be able to recognize when people are not comfortable or willing to engage in that conversation. And I think you need to like, we need to be ready to straddle that line and to balance between them. The conversation's great to have when it's the time and place, but I think right now it's not really for us to go into politics. So yeah, like Gabe said, a government like should never be used to like to determine the nature of the people of a country. Try to avoid political talk, as it's what I studied. Whenever someone starts talking, I just get neuronized. No, I get you. Like, again, as someone who really likes to have discussions, I'm always very, like, willing to have a discussion about something. That's why I said, like, the channel rules does not outright ban it. But this place, this stream, is meant to be a place where we can all feel comfortable. And so I want it to be open for us to have that discussion when everybody's a consenting adult and wants to take part in that conversation, but for us to also sit here and be silly and wee around when we don't want to have that conversation. So yeah. Bitcraft's fun, still playing it, need to max level. Be right back in 2 years. Here we go again. The truth is that doesn't bother me, though I want to learn the game and then I'll be better than everyone. Exactly. And so, actually, Sir Syntax. So about the wipe, or I should say about release, this world that we're currently playing in is not going to get wiped. After the main game, after like 1.0 release hits, this server is still going to exist. New people will not be able to join this server, but everyone that is on this server will still be able to come onto this server and play and explore. And yeah, this entire server is going to continue to exist, so nothing that you create here is going to disappear. That being said, I don't think that this server is going to be active. I believe the vast majority of players, because new players won't be able to come onto this server, the vast majority of players are going to move over to the old to the new server, because they'll get to play with their friends. Because when the game hits 1.0, they also want to go free to play. Personally, I'm hoping they change their mind on the free to play and instead go for a buy to play model like they currently have and just maintain that, maybe make it a bit cheaper when they go 1.0. But that being said, they want to have the game be available to as many people as possible. So we'll see where we end up. But yeah, so like most people will probably go into the new world. What I personally hope, my ultimate thing is that this server actually becomes the test server. Because they're gonna update the game after it releases, right? They're gonna add additional content. I would really love if this server becomes the server that they test the content on for like a month ahead of when it's gonna release on live. So that you can find the bugs, you can find the issues, you can test it all out. Players that want to experience it before it comes out gets to try it out on this server, and then the rest get to just thingy. Yeah. The government doesn't determine the worth of a people. That's what Eurovision is for. It is criminal how I almost missed that message, Rocket. It is criminal how I almost missed that message. No, well, didn't know that. Thanks for the... Yeah, of course. You're welcome. I will move, though, but that is cool. Yeah, you'll be able to play in both. That's the thing. The character that you have here will always exist. So if you want to try something out on this world, you can always log in here, test it out, and then go back to live. If for some reason you'd want to do that. But everyone will go to 1.0. That's cool. And bring my knowledge. Exactly. They better not go pay to win. No, they won't. So, other piece of information that, like, the game is short. Also, hi, Zozo! Welcome in. Make it $5. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with Zozo right there. See, Zozo and I are on the same line. Another piece of information that the devs have been very explicit about from the get-go. No pay to win. The cosmetics shop and the premium currency will only ever, be related to cosmetics. They will never be related to anything that affects actual gameplay. That is something that we've heard the devs explicitly state on multiple occasions. They themselves don't like pay to win in games. They don't want their game to be pay to win. So the only thing that you can pay for in the game... Oh, I see now what's wrong. I can't climb up here. Dang it. The only thing that you could, like, put your money in for in this game is cosmetics. And even then, the cosmetics that are in the shop, while they aren't always going to be in the shop, the cosmetics are also going to be on a rotating cycle once they eventually get enough cosmetics to do that. So cosmetics that disappear will come back later. Because they don't like FOMO. And I love that. I really love their, like, they have a very high dedication to like avoiding FOMO and to having the game be accessible to people and having it be just an enjoyable experience for the entire player base, whether they spend money or not. And I personally really appreciate that. Also, if you aren't able to spend real money for cosmetics, all premium items in the game, so all of the cosmetics and stuff here, are tradable on the in-game marketplace. There are players that will buy and, like, sell these cosmetics to you for in-game money. So if you want to trade with someone to buy a cosmetic, technically, like, that is the one way that you could turn, like, your real money into in-game money, but it's not, in my opinion, that's not really pay to win, because you're not buying an advantage. You're just doing a transaction between you and another player. But so if there's ever something here that you would want that you're not able to get yourself, you could always find a player or a marketplace where you'd be able to buy, like, these emotes or these outfits or these pets to have.
Hydrate.
So, yeah, thank you for the self-care redeem star. Okay, let me catch up on chat and then I'll do the self-care. Make it $5 because there are too many alts. Yeah, it'll be like regardless, no matter what the price. Like you already see now that there are people with a bunch of alts and they have to buy the game at full price for it. That's gonna happen regardless, but I do like the idea that at least putting a price tag on the game reduces the likelihood of trolls. It might not stop people from doing alts if they're really into the game, and I'm okay with that, but it will at least reduce the likelihood of trolls because people are going to be less likely to do something that would get them banned when they have to pay money to be in that game. I wouldn't mind free to play, good for streamers and inviting their communities in. No, I get that. But that's and that's is like part of their mentality behind it, is that. But free to play games tend to get a lot of trolls, is the problem. Because anyone can make an account, be an asshole, get banned, and then make another account and rinse and repeat. That's the primary reason why I would prefer that the game have a price tag. Cheaper than it currently is. Like I like Zoza said, like I think like a $5 or €5 price tag is cheap enough that like most people can afford that pretty reasonably. While like it'll give people cause to like think about before they end up, you know, being a troll. But yeah. Free games usually pay to win, no pay to win, thank God. I'll stay now. Very good. Yeah, pay to win ruins games. They've been very focused on that, and I'm happy about that. Did you miss my political commentary message, or are you not acknowledging it? Because if you're purposely not reading it aloud, just say so. Yeah, because we've been moving on from the political conversation. I think I might have missed the last message that you sent, but yeah, wanted to move on from the political conversation. That's awesome. So PoE like system, good to know. Thank God. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Also, okay, now we can do it. All right, chat. 5 to hydrate, stretch, study issue. Better drink some water. Stretch your muscles. Take care of yourself. Because self-care is important, and so are you. And I've been going on a rant, and it's starting to actually... I needed to drink that water, because it's starting to actually hurt my throat a little. And stretch. Okay. Oh, I stretched my neck there. That felt really nice. I think I need to do... I'm probably going to do more intense neck stretches after... I'm really feeling it a little bit. Don't die straight. Exactly. As a certain Starfire would say, hydrate or die straight. And I feel like we know where we land on that spectrum. Let the trolls whale the game. Exactly. Like if there's a... That's why like I would want the game to have a very like a cheap point of entry, but I would like it to have that one barrier of entry just to give people second thought before deciding to troll. Especially because a very big portion of the Bitcraft community is tied to streamers and like communities, like Twitch communities. Because a big, like, not all of them, but a good number of, like, the largest empires and the largest, like, claims and groups are connected to a streamer at the top of it, right? And so the problem that I could see occurring if the game goes free to play is that if a beef ever occurs between streamers, which I don't necessarily see happening, but again, if the community starts to bloat out more when we get to, like, if it goes free to play, you might have more people, you might have more likelihood of this happening, because the more people, there's more chance for friction. And there are groups of people that just don't jive with each other. Not because one is inherently bad, but just because they don't match in terms of personality, and that's fine. But if you have situations where you might have, like, a community or two communities that end up butting heads and the game is free to play, then you have situations where some of those community members might go create alt accounts because it's free and then troll the other community, right? Troll the person that their streamer or their leader or whatever is butting heads with. And then it doesn't matter if they get banned because it's not their main account, because they can just make an alt. And even if they were using that alt, they can replace that alt very easily. And so my biggest worry with free to play would be the barrier to do something like that becomes a lot smaller. Whereas if the game has still got a buy to play system, even if it's only $5, again, it creates that little barrier of entry. Like, am I really gonna spend $5 so that I can go, like, annoy this streamer that I don't like, right? Like, am I really gonna do that so that I can play the game on this account for, like, one day, get it banned for doing something that's not allowed, and then, you know, that's the money down the drain kind of thing. Like, there will still be people that do that, right? It's not... Okay, can you stop? Or... There we go. Pay the devs to moderate properly? Exactly. It then also, like exactly. It pays the devs to get you moderated. And honestly, I think there's a decent number of games where the buy-to-play model is successful enough that it would work great for Bitcraft. I love joining the stream and Sen doing the it's only $5 without any context. Listen, the context could honestly be whatever you want, Jirun. Let's be real here. In this stream, in this community, I'm gay, but $5 is still $5. Exactly. It's only $5. Honestly, I love seeing it in that context. You always see the I'm straight, but $5 is $5. I like the I'm gay, but $5 is $5. Oh, where are you going? Oh my god, my character's freaking broken right now. There we go. Brother. Broski. Brew. Brewer. Brie. Brotato. Oh, come on. Oh, we're going across the lake again. I'm realizing that there is a dry patch right over there that I could probably climb through, but yeah, oh my god, it's right there. I'm a dummy, but you know what? We're going for a swim because it's hot and we just want to cool off. Okay? We're not here to judge. We're here to silently laugh at. I love the idea that because of how the vault works, you can pick up and carry your goat across the lake. Exactly. Listen, okay? I know that, like, Minsha said specifically in the dev streams that they have no intention of like magic being a thing. Like, it's not supposed to be like a high fantasy in the sense of magic existing in the world of Bitcraft. So they don't ever intend to have like a mage class or anything like that. However, the one counterpoint that I'm going to give you is, what is our vault if not a bag of holding? I would mic drop, but my mic is stuck on a stand, so I can't drop it. But there's my mic drop. I await your counter argument, Mint. Wow. I should not try to say his name with my mouth full, because I did not say it properly. Minch. I expect your counter argument within the week. How is that a tier 1 monster? Same as Jackal? With all the monsters are tier 1. That's why. Honestly, I kind of wish they wouldn't have tier on the monster, because they are all just tier 1. It's just because of like how the UI is set up. So everything with a health bar, everything with like a thingy that exists has a tier assigned to it, because so do like all the huntable animals. And so all the monsters technically have to have a tier assigned to them, which is why it's tier 1. Here, I thought I'd get a warning of which monsters were more dangerous. Nope. You gotta learn the old-fashioned way. Dear Rocket Bobcat. So go get yourself mauled and learn what you can and cannot handle. That is the Bitcraft way. A pretty little tree. Curiosity, let me see. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I now go to my tweet. Quickly run over to Twitch. I wanna check real quick with my I can't remember now if I had redeemed my tribal mask. I did redeem the tribal mask, it just didn't go through. Okay. That's good to know. Because then I'm gonna also boop, boop. Alright. What's happening here? Where is our next thing? I also need my goat again. Learn the old-fashioned way is a funny way of saying learn by dying. Exactly. You go get mauled, and then you find out what you can and cannot handle. We ain't hand-holding out here. What do you think we are? He gots to learn like the rest of us. I don't know why I'm going for a pirate voice with this. But here we are. I redeemed my tribal mouse 2 days ago and it still hasn't been added to my account. How long? So there is currently for anyone that didn't hear it earlier, there is currently a bug with the tribal mouse that has been resulting in at least a number of people not receiving the tribal mask into their Bitcraft account. The devs are aware of this, and they are working on figuring out how to fix it. But because this happened over the weekend, they also need a break. They are now probably working on it as we speak. Just give them some time. Don't worry. Because it is a Twitch, not even their account hub. Yeah, correct. Sorry, they aren't. Oh yeah, right. Today's Memorial. No, sorry, I forgot. This is a public holiday. Well, then they'll work on it tomorrow. They'll work on it when they get back from holiday. They also deserve a break. They deserve a holiday, a weekend, and there's no rush behind it because it is a Twitch drop. It will. There's a record of you having gotten the item, so there's always some way of them to be able to double check and get it to you whenever needed, even if the Twitch drop campaign ends. Twitch has basically an almost permanent record of which drops you have and have not received. So you will get your mask eventually. Whether they have to do it manually or if they figure out what the bug is and they fix that, it'll happen. Don't worry. I know it sucks. Some people were really looking forward to being able to use that tribal mask because it really matched their vibes, but you'll get it eventually. So yeah, don't you worry yourself. There's an almost dead blossom tree over here. 252 health, that's kind of rude. Who did this? Who did this? Who did this and why would you do such a thing? I bet Star did this. Star left this here for me. To torture me. I bet. God, look at that cliff. Look at this cliff face. No! Well, now we're gonna look at it in stunning detail. Down you go. Seen the bitmap of where you went and the emptiness of blossoms in your wake? What can I say? This is such a cool little like lake surrounded by these cliffs though. He climb. There he goes. Well, yep, there we go. World's longest climb. Here we go. I've had this so many times. You might try to get on it. Yeah, I'll get on my rideable again. That's how you stop him from like constantly trying to go up and down. I spat my drink out at this. Holy cow, I was not expecting that giant cliff. Ain't it fun? Also, I think you'd be able to chop from downstairs. Nope. Water. There we go. Okay. You need your card? No, it also works with the, just... All that for a 200 health tree. All that for a 200 health tree. Gonna get like 6 blossoms out. Not even. The card's great for reach. That's true. The card is great for reach. Right? Now we can collect that. So that nobody else has to suffer that fate. Hopefully. That was pretty funny though. The climb of shame. Okay. But look at this view though. Isn't this area beautiful? Oh. I love the... What's this song? Oh, it's Polaris. I just love the, like, general aesthetic of the tundra. Ooh. What is this place? Oh my god. Go. No. No. How far can you get? Hey, there we go. That got me pretty far. Okay, we'll go back down. And we'll swim back across again. Do they have a teleporter in there? I think they do. Actually, do they? This place is huge. Yeah, they do. There's such a big place here in the middle of the tundra. Who is this? What is this? I also love that they have gates, but no walls. Okay, what is this? Grayson Falls. Ah, it's with moonlight. That makes sense. In tier 5 stuff? Seems to be tier 5 at the highest. Yep. Cool. Damn. Random little tidbits of wall. Okay. Continue on our journey. I should probably actually be heading north. Yeah, because there's more people around here. So I think if I go north, I might be able to find a way to somewhere new. Anything that prevents auto climbing. I don't know who thought that the auto climbing should be a thing. I don't know if the auto climbing is an intentional thing, to be honest. I feel like it's an unintended behavior. Cause like, it's the same action that sometimes when you click on something to gather, even when if there's a slight, it's like when you're at a height difference and you're trying to gather something along that height difference, sometimes your character will hop down to the lower height, but it won't even hop down there to actually gather from the resource that you clicked on. So I feel like the auto climb is not an intentional like feature. I feel like it's some kind of bug that is causing that to happen. Another cherry blossom. More cherry blossoms. Gonna eat dinner. Okie dokie, Gabe. Have a good dinner, Bean. Let's see. How's the supplies looking? Pretty good. We've gotten over 1,000 cherry blossom seeds, which I think means we're gonna have a pretty good kind of supply of trees to decorate with now. Let's see who else is currently live on Bitcraft for a potential raid target later. I don't think I'm gonna end just yet, so don't worry. But like, I also want to have some like post-stream time. Go do some other stuffies. Maybe bother some friends, be annoying. Go make the new section in the Discord so that people can geek out together. We could call it the library. To continue with the city theme. Name it a library. Since it's gonna be cataloging everybody's obsessions. Oh. I spot some pots. Give me money. God. Oh my god, this place is so much more barren now. There's one. Gar, could you take a screenshot of just the absolute destruction that I've left in the spring blossom, the cherry blossom population? Because you said you could see like the line of destruction. I'd love to see what I've done to this place. Tagged you? Thank you. Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, that's beautiful. What the heck? What a glorious space. What a glorious space. The hole. I didn't realize it would be that visible. That's really funny. Oh no! Oh, rip. Actually, fuck the jackal fur. We can get one more tree with this. With the space I have left, I think. I don't imagine I'd get more than 9 seeds from one tree. And if I do, then I shall suffer from my hubris. But first, drop down a soldier. We're gonna have to deal with this guy though. Alright. Nobody tell Guzla. How much more will you take down before the end of stream? I'm not sure. But it will be interesting to see. Here, bear. It's time for your midnight medicine. Time to take a quick sleep. I don't know. I'll probably teleport back out for a little bit more gathering after this batch, but I think we're getting close to like the closing point for today's stream. I don't want to end right away because we just had an ad break. I wasn't paying attention and I was not able to snooze it because otherwise I probably would have ended here. So we'll probably go for another like maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes Just enough to balance out the fact that you guys had to go sit through ads again. And then we will we'll roll out. Who is online? I'll start stalking the other Bitcrafters to see if there's somebody we can read. There's a bunch, actually. Find maybe a newer Bitcraft. Ooh. What do we have here? I see somebody that seems to be new. You could go say hi. Alright, so the end of day Blossom Armageddon map snapshot. Oh, goodness. Exactly. It's so funny just seeing the hole in the in the map for where all the blossoms are. That's so funny. Buffering. Yep, there we go. We're good. We're back. Yeah. So first Bitcraft wanted to kill the stream. Now my internet wanted to kill the stream. Thank you. On the bright side, at least now we have the whole the thing in Twitch that helps you like auto reconnect and like cover the gap when it does die for a moment. Okay. And everything's dead for a second. I need to fix it all. All of my tabs and stuff have shut themselves. Bitcraft isn't starting up. Everything's dying. I think the signs are there to end the stream. We might just end stream here then. Because the internet hates me. I'm slightly concerned as to why Bitcraft is not booting back up though. Huh. What is happening here? Give me a few minutes. Okay, let me technical difficulties. No, there's nothing for meow. Meow. Okay, let me swap us over to the screen for just a second while I try to figure out why it's broken. What seems to have happened here? Why are you broken? Let me do a quick... The signs. The signs, they're speaking to us. I hate ending like immediately after an ad break though. I'm gonna see if I can at least get the game to start back up. And maybe we can do a slight bit more of Blossom Petal Armageddon before we raid out. But if not, then we'll just raid out. But we'll raid out to another Bitcrafter though, just to... so that everyone can continue on with their drop gatherings. I think my internet has like sent Steam on a spiral. So I probably need to restart my computer. It's done this before. When my internet like had a big like hiccup a previous time when streaming, or not when streaming, just like off stream, sorry. It did the same kind of thing where it like bugged out Steam. And so it would say the games are running, but the game wouldn't actually ever boot up. I wonder if I can... out of curiosity. Nope. Okay. Nothing. Nothing. I thought I could maybe find a way to bypass it. But okay. Then, chat, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go find a new Bitcrafter to go say hi to. Someone that we haven't raided before, but someone who we can share a little bit of that Bitcrafty love with. But yeah. Okay. And then anybody that is lurking to continue on their drops, don't worry, you will be able to continue with your drops. I'll make sure that the person that we go to has enabled. So, raids. Same category. Drops. Plop, 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 plop. Let's say hi to this person. They seem interesting. Are they currently AFK? I think they might be AFK. Hold on a hot minute. Oh. Oh, there we go. I'm seeing movement. Perfect. Alright, let's go say hi to this person. I don't know, their model looks cool. So let's go give them a kitty welcome. Burpity burp. they're playing Bitcraft. They have drops enabled, so anybody that wants to still make progress on your drops, you should be able to continue making progress over in their stream. Let's go greet this person and see how they are. I'm sure if they're playing Bitcraft, they're probably a wonderful being. Our raid message is gonna be... We're gonna hit him with a Meowdy partner. If you do not have access to my emotes, then for 80 Meowdy in the channel point section right underneath the chat, you can unlock a static emote of your choosing. Choose for the next 24 hours all around Twitch, and you can unlock the cool emote to join us in the raid. Or, if you don't want to do that or cannot do that, you can use Twitch's very own cool cat emoji. Because you're all a bunch of cool cats, and that's a fact. Either way, I want to thank you being so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you spending your time here, vibing with me, yapping with me. It means a lot. It's always a wonderful, cozy vibe, and I'm so glad that I get to enjoy these days hanging out with you. It means a lot to me. So yeah, take care of yourselves. I appreciate you. Love you a lot. See you tomorrow for some more gaming. I don't know what yet. Maybe more Bitcraft. Maybe what I originally planned to do today. We'll see then. Love you. Bye!